go see your boyfriend.
Yeah, he's got a nice room.
You won't have it long. He'll have to call for 7 a.m.
Listen properly.
Can you please look up this site?
See if we can figure out something.
Hi. Portal broke for me. For whatever reason. But that's okay. I just made sure that the link was there this time. Judy became a new member. That happened in the last stream, but I'll say yay anyway. JBS, because you were meant to watch it here. Hey, Dark Cloud and everybody else. Oh, Queen Olive, you weren't here in the last one. Okay, we're going to have to jump straight to court because I think they are literally about to start any second. I just have to go back about 40 seconds. Hello. Okay, I'll have to get it to the 40 seconds in a bit. Banners. So if you missed last night, man, this is being weird today. Can you guys see that? If you missed last night, basically, we came to a sad realization that based on the jury instructions and based on the facts we currently have, so far, without the defense having presented their case, very important, most of us would have to vote guilty. And a reluctant, sad guilty, but guilty nonetheless. I need to set up the cat cam as well. I forgot to turn my lava lamp on. Oh, Karina, I'm jealous. There is a particular place. There's a particular place that Vaughn and I went at one stage. We were dead broke. We tried to book a holiday just for some like space from the city. And we ended up in this horrible backpackers and then moved over to this little boutique hotel. And there's a very specific apartment there that when I want to go take a break from life, that's where I want to be. Oh, sorry, baby. I only have one cat here. The other one is in the lounge. And I'm nervous to leave her unattended with the camera because she wants to chew the cable. And of course, speaking of OCD, when we first had them as kittens, I literally was told about kittens getting electrocuted and my brain, and so now I that's where my brain goes. Never mind, they're all like, oh, I'm busy setting up a camera just for you. Because this is my seat. Excuse me. I have to sit there to work. Someone's got to pay for your food and your vet bills. Cable tour, she's not a Wi-Fi fan. Yes, Judy, I have a cat cam because I have a day job. So while I'm working, instead of just watching me, like, I put up the cat camera because I'm still listening. I just can't necessarily like be on camera. I need to focus. I'm writing about, what was today's one? The first story that I wanted to start researching is super interesting, but I've forgotten which one I chose. Someone remind me to turn off Chrome opening on startup. Maybe we can listen to a nice song while we wait. Why does it feel like I have 0 ADHD meds left at 3 o'clock?
Radio up and the blinds pulled down. You love it when nobody's around. I wanna call out round town, but you bite my lip, don't make a sound. I'll be damned if I'm leaving without you. So give me a minute to catch my breath. Take what's yours, I'll take what's left. I'm used to coming up second best. Always fail to pass the test. I'll be damned if I'm leaving without you.
Well, that worked well.
Miles and miles on the clear blue skies. We drive straight as an arrow flies. Nowhere to be, no dreams to chase tonight. We've got time to waste, let's waste it You and I, heads up in the clouds. We caught out with the birds flying south. Nothing to see as the day turns into night. We've got time to waste, let's waste it right. We got time to waste, let's waste it right. light is fading fast. From this old town we gotta go. Our bags are packed, so what we waiting for? There's no point in delaying what we
Ow!
both already
Am I supposed to?
know. Escape this
Be-
time with me.
Ah! Was in the leg.
Escape this time with me.
The irony of this.
We could rent a room and watch the stars dance.
I love how you're like, Vicky has an entire chilled vibe, and Phoebe's like arms, legs, bum, everything. My lava lamp hasn't heated up yet, but I really do have to get into focus mode. Let me see what I'm writing about today.
Escape this time with me. Nowhere else to be. Escape this time with me.
I'm gonna go with this one, which is Unlikely Survivors.
Escape this time with me. Nowhere else to be. Escape this time with me.
Are we just smaller versions of a bigger home? Are you the rivers in your veins? Am I the flakes that become snow? And you might believe that everything is broken. Fragments of sentences we haven't spoken. But maybe, are we just jagged lines across a barren sea? Are the shapes inside a sundae the same as the arms of trees? And saying we're shelf what we used to be. Maybe we're smaller. Are we just smaller? And I get lost in finding comfort this time. Fractals all around us, in hopes that I have found us. There's beauty in these broken designs.
They're late.
No, there is nothing to be feared. Oh, can we exist?
Do we need to wake up a bit?
Are
See.
we just clouds up in the northern hemisphere? Taking up dreams that I've left for, that you've always feared. And you'll get mad at the world for spinning round and round, looking for a
it up a notch. It's feeling a bit chaotic for my brain at this time of day. What's this one? That's horribly balanced. No.
Rainy days don't seem so wet. Stormy nights don't stay. From the moment that we met, you were worth the wait. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know. Talk for hours, I never slept. Two silhouettes on the concrete stairs. We watched the sun as it slowly crept from the horizon to the place we met. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know.
One sec, I have an idea while we wait.
into my screen, courtesy of my PS. Your lady, she taught me how to control hate. Sweet delights of weed and video games. The infinite jest, button bashing swag. Hear it from my bed, living in my head. Red eye roll, wanting more, wanting more. More. Always wanting. Sessions bombard, always battle with your mind. Now we play from half a world away. It's always a part. Wishes this was Mario Kart. We were way back when, blazed in your parents' day. Oh, red eye, roll, wanting more, wanting more. Red eye, roll, wanting more, wanting more.
Good morning, everyone. The matter before the court is the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. Ms. Ricci is present. Counsel, please state your name for the record. We can start with the Commonwealth.
Jeremy Cusman for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Shannon Buckingham for the Commonwealth.
Welcome.
Jason Hoff for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Joshua Wood for Christine Ricci.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maura Berry for Ms. Ricci.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the defendant. Can I see counsel at the side of the bench? So I want to address both the press and the public this morning with regard to a concern that I have that was raised to me last evening by a colleague by email. And that concern is that, as you know, this trial is being recorded and being presented on one or more platforms. And in the course of that, one of my colleagues came to learn that the conversations that are taking place at the Commonwealth's council table are being broadcast on, I don't know if it's Law and Crime or if it's on Sport TV or both, but they're being picked up. And I suspect, despite the fact that the Commonwealth is pushing down on the button when they're having private conversations, which will prevent the FTR from recording those conversations, I suspect, sir, what's your name?
I'm Andrew.
Hi, Andrew.
Hi.
I suspect that what is happening, although I don't know, based on the proximity of the camera to the Commonwealth's council table, that there's an audio on your camera that's picking up what's happening at that table, which is obviously needs to stop.
So when they have the static going over the sidebars, that's what we get back at both Sport TV and Law and Crime, so they don't get any audio.
That's right. It's not, my concern is not what's happening at the side of the bench. My concern is what is happening at council table during the course of the trial as the lawyers for the Commonwealth are strategizing as they do. Somehow that's getting picked up, and I suspect it's because there is an audio component of that camera. Is that right?
Yes, so we are hooked up to the microphones, yours, and the witness stand. As far as like the camera mic, that's not on in any way. It's just the mics that are in the courtroom that are being recorded as far as I'm aware right now.
So is there something closer? Is there a mic closer to the Commonwealth's table? Because it's not happening, as I understand, to defense counsel's table.
There is not. It's possible that the levels are high on these microphones where it is picking up the occasional whisper from that table. I have it as low as I can go. But if we're able to turn it up lower from another end, then that's totally like, I'm open to that. I am just finding this out today. This is my first day in non-jury.
Welcome.
So I apologize about any kind of.
Well, I need to have some assurance that it's not happening because the Commonwealth needs to be able to strategize freely without the risk of there being anything picked up. So,
so if I just confirm with producers that we're not getting any of that, is that confirmation enough, or do I need to like go a step beyond that?
well, I know it's getting picked up because I'm going to credit the testimony of, or not the testimony, sorry. I'm going to credit the email that I got from my colleague last night. And I'll put a little bit finer point on it. What I understood from that colleague is that some portion of what's happening at council table is getting picked up, and that individuals that are watching the live feed are then commenting about what is said. Right. What I haven't done any outside, nor do I intend to at this point do any outside further learning about that. Because I need to go back to the trial and conduct the trial. That's my priority. But I need assurances that it's not going to happen today or the cameras are going to be down.
Yes, I will go up to that mic and see if I can turn it down anymore.
Where is that mic?
It is right in front of you. It's hooked up to just the speaker system in the courtroom.
Can you just come right up and show me where it is, sir?
Right here. It's just plugged into the microphone system here.
So is there any reason why that can't be closer to?
So this isn't it's not picking up the audio from this itself. It's just from the microphones that are in the courtroom that we're getting the audio from.
Which are only these two?
Yes, and it's possible the level is so high that it is picking up the occasional whisper from that end, but like I'm 100% sure that we don't have any other audio sources other than those microphones at the moment.
All right.
But
Well,
for
that's
now-
not satisfying my concern at the moment, so. Yes,
I'm not from
FTR.
FTR, but I know the microphones do pick up any sound,
All right, so until I have assurances that the Commonwealth's audio is not going to be picked up, I want the cameras off. So I'll give you an opportunity to address that. I'm not going to stop the trial, but I'll give you an opportunity to address it, and I'll certainly revisit it at a break.
Okay, I will turn them off for now. Sorry about that, Judge.
Mhm. All right, anything else we need to discuss before we bring in the jury and have my
Oh, that is so frustrating. Whoops. That is so frustrating. It's such an easy fix. All they need to do is turn the mic on and off when they are not using it. It's probably one tiny little button. And this is the one we wanted to hear. I'm just seeing what people are saying. People are saying, just cut the audio while the video too. Well, because he turned the camera off. He doesn't know what he's doing yet. It's his first day. So annoyed. I just got into focus mode. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to... One's in a meeting. It's so simple. So basically, there's a microphone. There's a button that goes green when it's on and red when it's off. You turn it on, voices come through. You turn it off, voices don't come through. Wild. Frank. So I don't even see it on court TV. They seem to have an after. They don't have it live. In the meantime, we're just going to watch. That's weird. Did you guys hear Frank screaming? And he's on the couch. Watching your eyes start around your screen makes it look like you have a 72-inch monitor. I don't. Do you remember what? I showed you guys it at one stage. No, but that is not possible. That is literally not possible. at all. I can promise you, after many, many years in radio, when people say, but my mic was off, their mic wasn't off. In fact, the radio setup has a button that you push to cough, and it just momentarily mutes it.
Conjurados en este asunto. ¿Entiendes eso?
Judge Simpson has a trial on. We'll watch this in the meantime while we wait for these people to get their ish together. I think that this might be a continuation of yesterday, which I do have, but let's see. I'm so annoyed that my face feels annoyed. So if I look annoyed, it's not at you.
District Court for County Washington, State of Michigan, out of session. All those have been worked on here. The Honorable Judge Simpson presiding.
You may be seated. Do the waiver, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. The court does call the case of the people, State of Michigan versus is it Brian Gonzalez-Hernandez?
Okay, just give me 1 sec to check this one. Not the same one as yesterday, so we're good to go.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Page, on behalf of but not with Mr. Gonzalez-Hernandez, Your Honor, today was the date and time set for a bench trial in this matter. However, we did get word this morning that unfortunately he was not able to be brought from Calhoun County due to the ice hold. So for that, we would respectfully request an adjournment of the bench trial.
Well, yeah, okay, that's fine, but I don't. The information I received was that he is actually in ICE custody, but held in Calhoun.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So I don't know, I mean, I'll adjourn it, but my further understanding is that ICE has indicated they're not releasing.
Yeah, I get the sense from the correspondence I saw, and I would agree with the court that unless Mr. Gonzalez-Hernandez's status as a whatever, however characterizes immigration in this country, unless that changes, ICE doesn't have a hold on him anymore, I don't think we're ever going to be able to get him.
Exactly. So I guess the long and short of that is I'll adjourn it and you guys figure out what you want to do.
Well,
because
the pragmatic reality is, as Ms. Tate emailed me about yesterday, is that I think he would now have, I think he's at 89 days in custody now on a 90-day misdemeanor. So there's that other practical reality. So we can explore options
of what to do.
About a month or so.
Right. All right. Non-jury trial will be adjourned to. Okay.
It would be September 25th at 9 a.m. It's not It would be August 26th, but we don't have that date for special. approval. Let's do Tuesday.
Pardon?
Do Tuesday the 27th. At 2 p.m.
Okay, you just gave me 3 dates. Did you want me to just pick one?
Tuesday the 27th at 2 p.m.
August 26th. 2024, 9 a.m.
It's 26th or the 27th?
I said the 26th. They said the 27th. What do you think rules?
27th.
That might be smart, but it's the 26th. We'll just put it on that Monday.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call the case of the People State of Michigan versus Kyle Zelski. Zelski.
Andrew Childers, appearing on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Always great to see you. Robert Ellman with and on behalf of Mr. Zelski. Mr. Zelski, can you please state your name for the record?
Kyle Zelski. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, today's date and time for my bond motion. Prior to Mr. Zelski retaining me, I believe you placed him in custody on the 17th for a sober link violation. He's now been in custody for 14 days due to that violation. He understands his mistake. He is trying to get help. He's tried to sign up for AA classes in the jail and told there's been a long waiting list. He also does have gainful employment that if released, he could go back to. And so I'm asking, Your Honor, that he be released on a scram tether to, one, maintain his employment, and two, also seek help with the issues that landed him here.
Any response from the people? I did receive the people's written response. I don't know if there was anything.
I have nothing else.
All right. Does he still have his employment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, even on the scram, how are we going to try to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Your Honor, I've had long conversations with him regarding the importance of sobriety and honesty. And I do believe that after these 14 days in custody here, as well as with my conversations with him, he now fully realizes and understands the importance of being and remaining sober. And so he would like a chance to show you that he can do that.
What support mechanisms is he going to put in place regarding that?
Your Honor, in terms of specific support, he and I have not fully discussed that yet. I would say that we have discussed him at least going to AA. He does have a girlfriend who supports him in his sobriety. He's also the father to a young child. And so those are very strong motivations for him to remain sober.
Here's what I'm going to do. set the defendant's bond at a personal cognizance $25,000 bond. Previous conditions are reinstated. The defendant may be released on a scram tether. He's to have that scram tether on before he's released. He is to also, as a condition of the bond, an additional condition, to attend 2 AA meetings per week with proof to the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And I'll continue this matter to the date previously set, which is August 7th, 2024, at 9 a.m.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You do the same. For us right now. Court stands in recess. Young man back here. I'm out of file, so. Oh, boy.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nathan Turner requesting permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of Porcio here.
Porcio here.
Feaster, I'm sorry.
I thought he was doing really well. I'm just vision of Torcio here.
For a second, that was his last name. I apologize.
Wow.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No, hey, you did what you could. Have you been before me before? Oh, he's got to have another meeting.
Not present. Representing Mr. Howard, who is unfortunately not present because he's in hospital.
Have you been before me before?
No, sir.
No, I can tell. Where are you from?
Originally, I'm from Georgia, Your Honor.
Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that explains part of it.
I have.
So, where'd you go to undergrad?
Harvard, actually.
Like that means anything. All right.
I was going to say that explains.
And yeah, that does. All right. So you went from Georgia to Harvard.
I did.
Yeah, that had to be a shock. And then where'd you go to law school?
I'm currently in law school at Michigan, Your Honor.
So you upgraded. That's bad.
That's right.
Okay. What part of Georgia?
South Georgia.
South Georgia. That's a big area. Where?
It's called Albany, Georgia. The native.
Albany. Yeah. So I kind of know where that is. The guy had crawled out from under a rock. So he's from Albany to Georgia, to Harvard.
That's right.
And now to Michigan.
That's right.
And you said Torcio here. Okay, whatever. No, apparently your education's done you well. All right. Permission to practice is granted. Go ahead.
I apologize, Your Honor. I was just given this case to do this.
Your Honor, make counsel approach.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Feaster here. Come on up. Bring him.
Defense was provided with counsel. We did provide a copy of the IME that was provided from the public defender's office. I had shared that with the forensic center, forensic psychiatrist as well, and that led to the amended report that was filed with the court recently. And Mr. Feaster and I are contemplating MCL 330.1515 and what answers that we can provide to you about whether or not you're going to order the prosecutor to file that petition So I believe Mr. Fisher was requesting an adjournment, and we talked about August 27th as the next date.
That's all accurate, Your Honor.
All right. This matter is adjourned August 27th, 2024, 9 a.m. All right. Thank you. Court does call the case, People versus Kerry Scott.
Ready, Your Honor. For the record, Your Honor, Joe Simon on behalf of Ms. Scott. Carrie, will you please state your name for the record?
Carrie Scott.
All right, what are we doing?
We have a resolution, Your Honor, but as Mr. Ganatra pointed out, I think I left both his copy and my copy of the plea agreement up there with the court. I turned in the whole packet.
What I have is that the defendant would be pleading guilty to an added count 2 of operating while intoxicated. The 93-day offense. Upon our successful plea to that charge, count 1 would be dismissed. That is the court's full understanding of the agreement.
That is our understanding as well, Your Honor. My client filled out a fresh advice of rights form as well as a sentencing judge waiver.
May I have her? Yeah, those are there. May I have her sworn?
Right. You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. State your name.
Carrie Scott.
All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of operating while intoxicated. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail, up to a $500 fine plus court costs. Court could order any rehabilitative services or community service the court deems necessary. The court could order your vehicle immobilized. Court order you also to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Court also has to advise you that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Burke in the 15th District Court. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
To that charge, how do you plead?
Okay.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind. You signed an advice of rights form, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question regarding any of those rights? Please look at paragraph 5. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty? Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily?
Yes.
Of your own free will?
Yes.
And because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes.
March 24th, 2024, at the location of on Washington Avenue in the city of Ann Arbor, Washington County, state of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, did you consume intoxicating liquor? What do you have and how much?
I had a substantial amount of brandy.
I'm sorry?
Brandy.
Brandy?
She said a substantial amount. You don't really know the total quantity, do you?
No.
All right. Were you stopped by the police or was there an accident?
There's a wellness check, Your Honor.
All right. Got it. All right. And upon that check, were you ultimately arrested?
Yes.
All right. And were you taken to the hospital for a blood draw? Yes.
Yes.
And what were the results of that blood draw?
0.55.
255? Do you have any reason to dispute those results?
No.
All right. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor. I do want to clarify the record on 2 points. If I heard it wrong, and I think I heard the court say 90-day max. You understand this is a 93-day maximum offense?
Did I say 90? I thought I said 93. I might have. Okay.
Could have been me. I just want to make sure that's unambiguous. And the second thing is my client understands fully this case is going to be remanded to the 15th District Court. But since it's a first, it may not actually be Judge Burke. We don't control that, but I just want, since the court particularized somebody, you understand it could be any judge of the 15th District Court of sentences. Okay.
Would the first offense go to Judge Burke? Okay. We have it assigned to Judge Burke in JAS. So.
We understand completely. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Court will accept the defendant's plea guilty to this charge. Pre-sentence investigation and screening assessment is ordered at 15th District Court. Sentencing in this matter will be
At 9 a.m. before Judge Burke.
August 9, 2024, 9 a.m. before Judge Burke. Bond with its conditions will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is that it for you before me, Mr. Summers?
Before Your Honor, yes. And you know, Your Honor, Harvard calls itself the Maryland of Massachusetts. So they just.
And they're so wrong. All right. Mr. Simon, take care of yourself, please.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus James Johnson.
Your Honor, Sam Bernstein on behalf of Mr. Johnson.
I don't know, Johnson, what's going on? What are we doing in this case?
Reach for resolution in this matter, Your Honor. The defendant is going to be pleading no contest to count 2 and an added count 3 of attempt R&O. In exchange, count 1 will be dismissed.
And in looking at this, that's the court's full understanding. Has he signed a sentencing judge waiver?
He has, Your Honor, and we're signing the advice of rights right now.
All right. No, Johnson, this way.
Oh, yeah.
No, this way. You know the rules.
Yes, sir.
That's Edmund's one.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Help us God. State your name.
James Johnson.
All right. So Johnson, it's this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading no contest to 2 charges. Is that your understanding? Yep. First charge is to charge the stated count 2 of domestic violence. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Second charge is the offense of attempted resisting and obstructing a police officer. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and or $1,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes.
All right, 2 things about it. I have to make sure that you understand. The first thing is it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that? Yes? Yes. Second thing is that it means that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand also, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Perry in the 15th District Court.
Yes.
All right. Still wish to plead no contest?
Yes.
Basis for the no contest plea?
Civil liability, Your Honor.
All right. To the charge of domestic violence, how do you plead?
No contest.
To the charge of attempted resisting and obstructing, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Yes.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No.
Please look at paragraph 5. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading no contest, you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights of the form.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that your plea in this case could be a violation of that probation.
Yes.
You understand that as such, that court could sentence you to the maximum allowable under those other charges.
Yes.
All right. Still wish to plead no contest to these charges?
Yes.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you in any way?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes.
and of your own free will.
Yes.
Court has been provided and has reviewed Ann Arbor Police Department report for their case number 24-20026. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of these offenses. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
The people are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's no contest pleas to counts 2 and 3. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 15th District Court probation. Sentencing in this case will be
August 21st at 10 a.m. before Judge Perry.
August 21st, 2024. 10 a.m. before Judge Perry. Bond in this case will continue. Oh,
I
yes, that's the bond.
am the first person to admit that I am wrong. I was wrong with regard to the phone privileges. What Mr. Johnson represented to the court at the last hearing, that despite the fact that he was calling the victim's phone number, he was contacting a second woman in the relationship.
I remember.
Alicia is accurate based off of listening to more of the phone calls. So at this time, I have no objection to defense's request to reinstate the defendant's phone privileges.
Anything else on that, Mr. Burns?
I have nothing to add, Your Honor, but I appreciate Ms. Barroso saying that we're asking that the phone privileges be reinstated. And I do have a couple of other bond requests of the court, if I could.
Yes.
So James right now has an August 7th court date before Judge Conlon for probation violation. The recommendation there is released to treatment. I'm wondering.
That's out of from this case?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the case that led to the violation. The recommendation from probation right now is released to treatment. I'm asking that the court would please consider amending the bond here to allow for release to treatment when that becomes available, if that is in fact ordered by Judge Conlon.
Any response to that request from the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr.
I have one more, Your Honor. Maybe on the stickier side of my bond request, but Ms. VC is the named victim in the case here. There's obviously no contact order with her. She's quite pregnant at the moment. Mr. Johnson is asking if
I heard last time.
Please. Fair enough. Asking if the court would please consider.
That's the other one.
Yeah, they both are.
Indeed.
Yeah, man, I know. It's complicated.
Not really. It works. Anyway, go ahead. Never mind.
Never a dull moment, Judge. If there's any type of no non-consensual contact provision in whatever form to allow communication with Ms. VC would be very much appreciated.
Yeah. Is there a response to that from the people?
Your Honor, the victim is present and would like to address the court on that matter.
All right. I need to have Mr. James. Hello, what's your name?
Kamaya VC.
All right. What did you want to tell the court?
I just want to tell the court I'm asking for it to be lifted too. I've been going through it without being able to contact him, him being able to contact me. And, I just been through a lot of stress and everything. I'm just asking it to be lifted.
All right. So you want me to order no non-consensual contact, meaning that as long as you're okay with it, he could contact you?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, get up there. Listen to people. You just focus for a minute. All right. Anything else?
That's all I got, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. I will order that the defendant, first of all, the defendant's phone privileges are hereby reinstated. The defendant may be released on a PR with the conditions remaining to inpatient treatment. And I would amend the no contact provision to no non-consensual contact with the victim in this case. All right.
Your Honor.
All right. I had a whole lot of questions for her, but I'll let it pass. No, go. Just go. Just go. We'll see you next time. Yes, you told me that the last time. Court calls the case, People versus Joseph McNish.
Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Morgan Carlson on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. McNish. Would you state your name, sir, please?
Joseph McNish, good morning.
At this time, Your Honor, the people are unable to proceed on count one and we're unable to proceed on count one.
Your Honor, we move for a dismissal.
People being unable to proceed, this case is dismissed. That's on defendant's motion without prejudice. All right, thank you. Let's call the case, People versus Daniel Greenwood.
Attorney Morgan Carlson on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Sandra White on behalf of Daniel Greenwood.
Your name, sir?
Daniel Greenwood.
All right. Where have they been hiding you?
Wherever they can.
Okay.
Be away from you.
I'm just checking.
Victor.
It's like they had her locked up, won't let her out. What's going on? All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm asking for a competency evaluation. Justice with Mr. Greenwood.
Forensic evaluation is ordered. I'll set a competency hearing for 90. Yes, stay on Tuesday.
October 29th at 9 a.m.
October 29th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Emil Thomas. Oh, boy.
Your Honor.
Oh, boy, he's back.
Nathan Turner requesting permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule.
Seriously?
8.120.
Seriously?
Under
Seriously?
supervision.
Seriously, hold on just a minute. Carrie, did you talk to him at all?
I did, Judge.
All right, did you tell him that I only need that once per session?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Why didn't you tell him that?
I apologize, Your Honor.
Because now he's standing up here, still rambling through that stuff. He's got kind of that Georgia Harvard thing going on.
That's right.
I can only understand every third word. And you made him say all that again.
Kind of like a.
Well, when he got to the end of it, this is really what I want to know. When he got to the end and he said, under the supervision, who was he gonna say? He would be you this time?
It would be me.
Okay, not Feaster here.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
That's why he wanted to say it.
That's why he wanted to do it? Oh, well, fine, go ahead. I'm listening. No, go ahead. No, the whole thing, again.
Oh, good morning, Your Honor. Nathan Turner requesting permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of Assistant Public Defender Shanaza Karyakan-Rowley, representing Mr. Emil Thomas, who is here with me today.
All right, permission to practice is granted again.
Thank you.
All right, what are we doing on this case?
Provided some information by the public defender obtaining a CPL. He had one previously. It was expired at the time of this incident, but he's since received a CPL. Based on that, in the interest of justice, I'm going to have a null cross filed with this court probably by the end of today, if that's okay.
All right. Any objection to that?
No objection at all, Your Honor.
You think you won something? You see that? He smiled. Oh, I don't have any objection. All right. This case is now Frost. It'll be dismissed, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, they call it dropping the H-bomb. And so they should expect this type of reaction when they do drop the H-bomb. Some people say they went to college, Cambridge, and just leave it at that.
Leave it at that.
I dropped it very reluctly.
No.
In that situation.
No, you were trying to brag. I get it.
I was like,
I get it, but you don't understand. That means nothing to us.
I know, that's why I was reluctant.
Nothing at all. I don't even know where that is. Some school, someplace. Court does call the case People versus Boyce Williams.
Commissioner Ash on behalf of the people.
Warren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, opinion
How you doing?
Great.
John?
Hello, state your name, sir.
Wes Williams?
Thank you. All right.
Honor, today's date and time set for and we are ready to proceed.
None of the people are unable to proceed at this time.
We'll move for dismissal at this time.
People being unable to proceed, this case is dismissed. That's on defendant's motion. That's without prejudice. Thank you. That's why he had that big old smile on his face. Welcome. Court calls the case People versus Jacob Watkins.
On behalf of Mr. Watkins, who approaches the podium and who will state his name once he gets here.
Jacob Watkins. All right, I have before me a plea form. Is that what we're doing today?
That is your, thank you.
Mr. Canal,
All right.
it's my understanding,
Pardon?
Yes,
it's my understanding he's going to enter the mental health court pursuant to the plea.
that is correct, Your Honor.
Yes, and
Accepted.
the plea form indicates that he'll be pleading guilty to added counts 3 and 4, attempted resisting and obstructing both of 1-year misdemeanors. Upon a successful plea to that charge, counts 1 and 2 would be dismissed, and that defendant is to participate in the mental health court. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The client is ready to be sworn.
Yes. May I have him sworn?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear in the firm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. State your name.
Jacob Watkins. All right, sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to 2 charges of attempted resisting and obstructing. Sir, both of those are 1-year misdemeanors, punishable by up to 1 year and or a $1,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that? Yes, sir. I also have to advise you that I would not be your sentencing judge in this case, and you would be sentenced before Judge Freshour in the 1483 District Court. You understand that? Yes, sir. All right. Understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty, sir, to the charge of attempted resisting and obstructing as contained in count 3. How do you plead? Guilty. To that same charge as contained in count 4. How do you plead? Guilty. Now you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind. Yes, sir. You signed an advice of rights from today. Is that correct? Any questions regarding any of those rights? Sir. Please look at paragraph 5. Those are the rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form. Yes, sir. You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of rights? Yes, sir. Are you on probation or parole? Yes, sir. Has anybody promised you anything? I mean, what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead? No, sir. Anybody threaten you or coerce you? No, sir. You're doing this voluntarily? Correct. Of your own free will? Yes. And because you believe that you are indeed guilty? Yes. On the date of August 28, 2023, at the location of 6655 Jackson Road, Unit 660, Scioto Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, did you come into contact with 2 sheriff's deputies?
I did, yes, sir.
And what happened?
Basically, I didn't follow their directions for them. They wanted me to go to the hospital and I just didn't follow directions.
Okay, were they trying to, what do you mean you didn't follow their directions?
They wanted me to get into the ambulance and I wanted to go back into my residence.
Okay, so they arrived there, you're not disputing they were acting lawfully and performing their duties, right? And they were trying to get you to the hospital for assistance?
Yes.
And they ordered you into the ambulance for transportation to the hospital?
Correct.
And you did not cooperate in that endeavor?
No, sir.
All right. And that was both deputies that were attempting to try to get you to do that, is that correct? All right. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, sir.
Court will accept the defendant's pleas of no contest, or of guilty to counts 3 and 4. Counts 1 and 2 are dismissed.
Thank you.
Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered. Sentencing in this matter will be
August 20th at 1 p.m. before Judge Freshour.
August 20th, 2024, 1 p.m.
Yes.
Before Judge Freshour. Bond in this case will continue, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you. Court does call the case, People versus Richard Hughes.
Image Canatra for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Tanazi Kyriakin, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Richard Hughes. He's not present with me, but he was given permission by the court to log in on Zoom.
Yes. Mr. Hughes?
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Do you have a camera?
I do.
Can you turn it on? Or- He's on. Okay, you need to uncover your camera. It looks like your camera is on, but
I can see me in the courtroom.
you can see you?
Yeah, I can see me.
Okay,
record.
we can't see you.
Okay. I don't see.
Okay, Miss Akinroli, can you acknowledge that this is him?
It's showing me that I'm on there. It said where? It says stop video, leave courtroom.
Okay, don't do that. Hold on a second. What are we doing in this case?
Your Honor, it's supposed to be a waiver.
Yeah, I need him. You're seeing everything. Can you see me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, for whatever reason, and you can see yourself?
Yes, I can.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I've never run into. Yeah, I don't know. All right, Mr. Hughes, can you do me a favor? Oh, hold on. Now we have you, I think. Well, we got something. There you are. Okay, now we have you.
All right, cool. I just turned the camera back.
All right, Mr. Hughes, you're
Yes, sir.
waiving your right to a preliminary examination?
Yeah, I am, Your Honor.
All right, and you understand that that's a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them?
Correct.
And you understand you'll not have that hearing, you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution?
Correct.
All right, people also waive their right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on both counts. Ms. Akinroli.
Your Honor, we do acknowledge receipt of the information. We waive formal reading of it. He stands mute and asks the court to enter a not guilty plea on his behalf.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be set for
September 9th at 1:30 before Judge Slay Monday.
September 9th, 2024, 1:30 before Slay Monday. Bond will continue. Thank you.
If I could sign that information.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, sir. God bless.
Okay.
Shall I leave?
You had to. Yes, you may leave, sir.
Thank you.
So you didn't think Harvard could handle that? No, I'm just asking. Because, no, there's two other ones were kind of easy. And I get it. But I'm just wondering.
He could, I just wanted to do some work today, so.
Oh, because he doesn't usually?
What did you say?
You said he doesn't usually do work?
No, I wanted to do some.
Oh, you wanted to do something. Oh.
Because if I did, then the court would have.
I just thought, I was just trying to get up to date. I thought he might be limited.
Oh, no, he's.
Okay, no, I'm just asking. I didn't know. I'm just investigating.
The last three we have are all.
Not really.
Mr. Bernstein. And Mr. Gaddis, but I don't know where he went.
You don't know where Gaddy is?
He might be next door. He's next door.
Okay, I've got two. How many witnesses?
Right on Burroughs, I have two witnesses.
Two?
That's with Mr. Gaddy.
Okay, he's not here. And then I've got,
There is, I show that there's four, but I don't know if they're all.
Just, I'm hoping just one, Judge.
Just one on Harris and then on the other one.
Joseph Taylor.
I have two.
All right.
Your Honor, Ms. Julian and I have something at 11. That's Clay. And if you have some time, we'd like to meet in chambers with you about that.
On that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, I'm here. So-
Okay, great. So let me do Blanche wins because she's got one.
Or just because I'm her favorite. We can be.
I don't know. How did she take that and turn that way?
I was a favorite judge. Here I am. Stand first, stand for the defense.
Okay, okay, Pam, you're not. So I can get that clear. Is he coming out?
Here. Trauma. Hard for me to deal with.
Could I have a couple minutes around it before we call it? Is that possible?
Couple minutes? Oh, well, he's coming out.
Oh,
You need me to, okay, we'll send him back. Fine.
try to save some
Time?
time in the long run.
So what do you want? You want him taken back and wait? You need to speak with him?
Could I just have a couple minutes, please, Your Honor?
Why don't we take him back and then he can, sure.
Jessica, can I just talk?
Yeah, let me talk, yeah.
Are they all in custody?
Yes.
They're all in custody?
Yes.
All right. So let's try Miss Gaines's case. Hold that. Where'd Barroso go? Seriously? No, this is like, everything was going fine till that Harvard guy showed up. Then everything's been all out of whack since, no, it's true. Everything's all out of whack. And so now we got Barroso. Fine, get him out of here. It was, I think he told her to leave.
It's just went to go grab a drink from the bar. I thought we were not going.
A drink,
Yeah, 'cause I thought.
like non-alcoholic? Oh, okay. Because we don't have any in the building. What? No, don't bring it out, because nobody's ready. Fine, I'll talk to Ganatra and Julian in back. What? Yeah, whatever. Okay, so they need to come back. Alan, you may need to stay out here and watch Harvard, because he's causing a mess. No, he really is. The whole morning, he's been causing a mess. He got up there, didn't know what he was doing, didn't know the attorney's name, just nothing. All right, court is standing in recess.
All rise.
Couldn't tell you. No.
You got the clay file.
Maybe see.
If you want, also just.
Rather than 13.
That was discussed with.
So we're gonna get this. They got it.
Yeah.
Court calls the case, People versus Julius Clay.
Mr. Ganatra, on behalf of the people.
Good morning. For the record, Erica Julian appearing on behalf of Julius Clay. Julius, will you state your name for the judge?
Julius E. Clay.
Thank you.
I just want to make the record that the attorneys met with Your Honor in chambers. I let the court know that there's certain constitutional statutory requirements I have to make with regard to further investigation on this case. It might be determined the outcome of this case short of the bind over. And that was discussed with counsel yesterday before meeting.
And all of that is correct. And what I will do is the I will adjourn the preliminary examination to, rather than 13th, I'll do it August 8th at 3 p.m. That's a special time before me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ron, we'll continue.
Thank you, Mr. Sinatra.
Still here. Huh?
This one.
Oh, he's still here. Who's this?
What do you want now?
I don't know. Who do they have?
I don't have anybody yet.
Oh.
I'm waiting.
Then Taylor. That's the one you threw in my face. I don't know. You gave me, you know what? It's just. Court does call the case, People State of Michigan versus Joseph Taylor.
Getting attorney working below, so on behalf of the people. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, working on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
All right, date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, right.
All right. May call your first witness.
At this time, Your Honor, the people will call Officer. I'm so sorry, I butchered the pronunciation. Barbara.
All right, sir, please come forward to be sworn.
Please take a seat, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Take the first.
My name is Thomas Farber, THOMAS, last Farber, after the rank Victor DR.
May proceed.
Thank you so much for being here. Can you tell me what you do for a living? And how long have you been employed there?
6 years.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 9th, 2024. Were you working that day?
I was.
What shift?
I am the midnight patrol sergeant.
And were you in uniform?
I was.
Were you on that day, were you dispatched to the area of South First Street in Ann Arbor, Michigan, Washtenaw County?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the nature of that dispatch was?
It was an assault complaint.
Did you happen to arrive on scene?
Yes. I was the first one.
And what did you do when you arrived?
When I arrived at the white female at northeast corner of First and Huron. The female had blood coming from her mouth and was seated on the sidewalk in that area. So I made contact with them.
And do you happen to know her name?
Her name is Tina Hansen.
And do you know the name of the other individual who was there that you interacted with? If you saw Joseph Taylor today, would you recognize him?
I would.
Is he in the courtroom now?
He is.
Can you briefly identify something he's wearing and where he's sitting?
He's sitting at the desk here. He's wearing white long sleeves and a green jumpsuit.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that the witness has made an in-court identification of the defendant.
That objection record shall so reflect.
Did you happen to conduct an investigation into what happened?
I did.
Can you tell me about that investigation?
Yes, I first started speaking with the victim, Ms. Hansen, trying to find out what had occurred. She had initially told me that she was intoxicated and fell. At one point, I pulled Mr. Taylor aside to ask him what his recollection of what happened was. He stated that he came across her on the ground and was attempting to assist her.
Did Mr. Taylor indicate to you that he knew Ms. Hansen at all prior to this?
Yes, he said they've been together for a few months.
Okay. Did he say anything about what the nature of their relationship was?
I know just that they met on Facebook and that they've been together. He indicated that this was a random meeting, that he had just come across her today on the sidewalk, that they had not been together prior to us locating them.
You mean physically together in the same space? Okay. Other than talking to Ms. Hansen,
and Mr. Taylor, did you happen to conduct any other investigation regarding this incident?
Yes, one of our other officers was able to view surveillance from the live nightclub. I did not retrieve that, but I did view it on Officer Betts's phone. And that was what led us to make the arrest.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Really quick, I believe I said you were dispatched to the area of South First Street. Do you happen to know where this incident occurred exactly for Mr.?
So it started at Live nightclub, which is on First Street, just south of Huron. They went north up the sidewalk where there was some pushing back and forth, and then the major assault occurred at the northeast corner of First and Ashland, or sorry, First and Huron.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
At first in Huron,
Correct.
you're indicating. Okay. All right. Cross-examination.
Mr. Father or Deputy Father, is that correct?
Sergeant.
I'm so sorry. So you indicated that at the time you arrived, you found Mr. Taylor and Miss Hanson at the corner. Did you say at First and Huron?
Yes.
Would I be correct in saying that you did not observe any physical interaction when you saw them?
There was no physical interaction.
Now, you stated that Miss Hanson you said that you observed some sort of blood or something on Miss Hanson's face. Is that right?
Yeah, she was spitting up large puddles of blood.
And she indicated that she had fallen. Is that right? Would I be correct in stating that that Miss Hanson was intoxicated?
I believe that she was.
Would I be correct in stating that that at the time you described her as highly intoxicated?
I don't know her level of intoxication.
In terms of what you observed, would that be correct?
She was seated the majority of the time, so I don't have her walking. And she had a laceration to the inside of her mouth, so I don't know if I can indicate her ability to speak as part of some of my normal indicators.
And in terms of your investigation with the part of your investigation that you did with Ms. Hanson, at no time did she indicate that she had been hit. Is that correct?
She made no statements that she had been hit. No.
And in fact, she said she hadn't been hit. Is that correct?
She told me that she fell.
And you indicated that you viewed I'm going to go back to one more question I wanted to ask you. Would I be correct in stating that at that time you described Ms. Hanson as being uncooperative?
Yes.
uncooperative and intoxicated?
Yes.
Now, you just indicated that you saw some video footage on someone's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
When did you view this footage?
It was after myself and Officer Betts had placed Mr. Taylor under arrest.
And when you say after, are you speaking of that same day, or are you speaking a few days later?
It was all during the same time frame that we were investigating the incident.
And you all had already placed Mr. Taylor under arrest? Did you say
When
that?
I viewed the video, yes. Officer Betts had already viewed it prior to that. He came out and indicated to me that we would be arresting Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. And in terms of the video that you saw, did you see one video, two videos? How did that work?
There was a video from inside the nightclub. I viewed that briefly, but the majority of what I watched was their interactions outside. I don't recall if it was more than one camera view. I don't recall that.
So, in terms of the video that you watched the majority of, is that the one that you were describing, the outside video?
Yes.
In terms of the video that you saw, would I be correct in saying that there was no sound?
Not that would indicate their interactions. I don't know if it had sound from people right next to the camera or not.
So you were not able to hear anything with regard to their interactions? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And would I be also correct in saying that you did not actually observe what happened outside of live? Is that correct?
Correct.
So in terms of what you described, or pardon me, in terms of what you saw on the camera, you cannot say whether it was a fair and accurate representation of what occurred that day. Is that right?
Okay, I don't understand your question.
So I'll rephrase. Would you agree that there are occasions when a picture or video does not indicate the full context of what is occurring?
I'm sure that does occur at times, yes.
And sometimes that's because of the angle is not enough to see everything that happened, correct?
There could be a number of reasons.
So there could be a number of reasons. One of them that the angle is not enough. Is that right?
Potentially.
Sometimes it could be because the view is obscured, so you can't see everything. Is that correct?
That could happen.
And sometimes it could be because what's being said is a huge part of the context. Isn't that correct?
I'm sure in certain cases it could be.
Now, you indicated that there was a second major, that what you saw was a second major altercation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would I be correct in stating that after what you stated you observed there, that altercation, you did not see any blood dripping or come on her face or coming out of her mouth?
The camera was too far and not clear enough to see that, whatever the injury was that was sustained.
Or even if there was an injury, is that correct?
So the video, would you like me to explain what I observed on the video, or?
No, I'd like for you to answer my question, which is that, just to be
I did
clear.
not see the injury occur based on the video, or I can't confirm that the injury occurred based on what I could see to her face.
And the reason you said is because it was not, her face was not clear, is that correct?
The camera was too far away.
The camera was too far away to see her face clearly, is that what you're saying?
To see if she was bleeding at that time.
So you're stating you could see her face, but you could not see any blood?
So for the location where the incident occurred and where they were at, they were still clearly in camera view. The video is too far away for me to be able to say that an injury occurred as a result of what I viewed happen. The injury was observed by myself when I got on scene.
And at that point, they were not in front of live, is that right?
No, they were at the northeast corner of Ashley and Huron, which is
So they were at Ashley at Huron, not First and Huron? I just want to make sure I have the right place.
First and Huron. They were First and Huron, which is kitty corner from the law.
Okay. All right. And you also could not hear what was being said, is that right? Aaron, could I have one moment, please?
Yes, you may.
Those are my questions, thank you.
Very briefly, the two individuals you're referring to in the video were Tina Hansen and Joseph Taylor.
Correct.
Were they wearing the same clothes as when you interacted with them?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that that video was from the late evening of June 9th into the early morning hours of June 10th?
Yes, it had them from inside the bar, walking out of the bar, and then making it to the location where what I'm describing occurred.
I would ask for some foundation as to how he knew it was from that time frame, and not a different day or later.
Go ahead.
How did you know that it was from that time frame?
Again, I wasn't the first one that viewed the video. That may be better served to the officer that actually viewed it, but they were wearing the same attire. And as far as my understanding of the camera systems go, they were able to observe them from their seated position, get up, walk out of the bar, and continue to follow them down the street from different camera angles that they have out there.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, Sergeant, thank you.
So people would call Layla Ball.
Please come forward and be sworn.
Please take a seat, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead, have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the record.
All right, you may inquire.
Thanks for being here, Miss Ball. Can you tell me what you do for a living?
I work for the Watershed Group. I'm a general manager. We own Live and Master.
And can you tell me the address for Live Nightclub if you happen to know it?
It's 301 West Huron Street.
Okay. Is that at the corner intersection with First Street?
Yeah.
Okay. And in that, can you tell me what you do? Just a little bit about what your role is in that capacity?
I oversee the last part downstairs, but I also help out in the club with Mike, the general manager upstairs. I do all the scheduling, I do ordering, I run the place.
And is in that capacity, do you have access to surveillance footage?
I do.
In your capacity with Live Nightclub, were you contacted by Ann Arbor Police by an officer there related to an incident that occurred on June 9th of 2024? And can you tell me what was asked of you by that officer?
They have just asked me to send them any video footage from the incident.
And did you do that? And when you say the incident, can you tell me what your understanding of that was?
Objection.
What's the objection?
I would object, trying to, I had already moved on to my next stuff, but I would agree that she said that what was requested with regard to this matter.
Okay, not sure of that objection. It's overruled. You may go.
So you did provide Ann Arbor Police with a video?
I did.
And did we review, oh, I'm sorry, was that one video, two videos, or more?
It was 2 videos.
Did we happen to review those videos together before court today?
Yes.
And did you recognize the 2 videos that I showed you today?
Yeah.
Were those the 2 videos that you provided to Ann Arbor Police?
Correct.
Were those videos from the late night of June 9th into the early morning hours of June 10th, 2024 from Live Nightclub?
Yes.
Were those a fair and accurate representation of the videos that you provided to Ann Arbor Police?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. If the video is supposed to be a fair and accurate, or the video or photo or whatever is being presented is supposed to be a fair and accurate representation of what occurred, not a fair and accurate representation of the video that you gave someone else. So let me, and I want to say this again. So for example, if the testimony that's coming out is about what a flower looked like, and a photo taken of the flower by me, and then I pass it along to another person, who then passes it along to a third person, to say that it's a fair, for the second person to say that the photo is a fair and accurate representation of the photo that they have is not relevant. What is actually relevant is whether it's a fair and accurate representation of the flower. And my argument is that that is not relevant if it's a fair and accurate representation. The only thing she can testify to in order to authenticate the video is whether or not it was a fair and accurate representation of what occurred that evening.
Well, but those are 2 separate things, aren't they?
I think that both of them are important, but particularly a person cannot say that the video that is here today is a fair and accurate representation of the video that I had, because it's not supposed to be a fair and accurate representation of the video. It's supposed to be a fair and accurate representation of the time, of the place, of the occurrences, of what.
Those are different things, aren't they?
I am saying that they are two different things, and I'm saying one of them does not establish what is necessary for the video to be admissible, which is whether or not the video.
Well,
today-
but I don't think that it is asked, I wasn't asked to have it admitted. I mean, the question that's asked is basically, is that video a fair and accurate representation of the video that was provided? That's what was asked. That I think is a relevant question because there are copies of the video. There may then next be a question as to whether or not the video that's there is a fair and accurate representation of what occurred. Separate question.
Thank you.
Objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Was that a fair and accurate representation of the video that you provided to Ann Arbor Police?
Correct, the video that you showed me, is the video that I sent to.
Yeah, that's.
You didn't observe any manipulation or editing of the video?
No, when I was recording the video, I manipulated it and zoomed forward in the video to where, the people involved were back on the screen. Because there were some periods where they were out in different parts of the club that doesn't have video access, so I did zoom forward in the parts that they weren't in it, just, for our guests, like privacy and stuff like that. I didn't think that all of that was necessary, so I just zoomed throughout the video into the parts where they are in the camera.
Okay. And as far as the capabilities of your surveillance videos, is it just video? Is there sound included?
There's not audio that I'm aware of.
Okay. And of the videos that we reviewed prior to you testifying today, was that taking place within Live Nightclub to the best of your knowledge?
The beginning, the first video that I sent, correct, was inside of like nightclub. The second video that I had sent was on the outside.
And when you say outside, was that right outside the door or somewhere else?
Part of it was right in front of the building by the windows, by the front door. Part of the video is like angled, because I can angle the camera. Is like kitty corner almost across the street.
Okay. And as far as your knowledge of the space and your knowledge of the space that evening, is that a fair and accurate representation of the environment of Live Nightclub, both inside and outside, from June 9th into the early morning hours of June 10th, 2024?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to move to admit people's proposed exhibits 1 and 2, which are the 2 videos in question.
Your Honor, I would object to the admission based on the statement that they are a fair and accurate representation of what the nightclub looked like. What the nightclub looked like is not relevant. What is relevant is what happened. And if she is able to say that she saw what happened, if she did not see what happened, then how could she say that the video is a fair and accurate representation? And there's been no testimony as to that, so I object to the admission.
Your Honor, she's familiar with what the nightclub looked like on that evening. She works there. She had access to the surveillance footage. She testified that these are the videos from that evening. I think that I've laid the necessary foundation. She has also testified that it's a fair and accurate representation, both of the videos she provided and of the nightclub from that night. I think that we've ticked all of the boxes here.
Pardon? What did?
Ms. Paul, did you have an opportunity to see the incidents that are alleged to have happened that brought us here today?
While taking place.
Yes, were you outside and able to see what occurred?
For a part of it, yes. The other portion, I was in the office watching the live feed on on the phone and trying to make sure that all of my security guards were where they needed to be.
Would I be correct and say, well, when you say that you saw a portion of it, did you see the portion inside or outside the building where you were physically present? That's what I'm trying to ask.
I'm sorry.
In terms of being physically present to view with your eyes what occurred, was that inside the building or outside the building?
A portion of it was inside, and then a portion of it was outside. I was kind of moving throughout the building and then went back inside to the office and watched the live feed as Mike, the other general manager, walked outside.
And I just want to, just for clarity, because the place is live, I just want to make sure that when you say live feed, you're not, that you're saying that you saw it as it was occurring, or are you saying that it was the feed for the live organization?
As it was occurring, like I went back into the office, I seen a portion of it outside that I realized that the security guards were handling it at first, and then I went back into my office and I sat down and I had pulled up the live feed and was watching what was happening.
In terms of the part that you were actually physically there to observe outside, would I be correct in stating that Mr. Taylor was having some issues, pardon me, that the based on what you're saying, that was during the time that security was leading Mr. Taylor and Ms. Hanson out of the building? Is that when you observed?
I mean, it was a lot of back and forth. They had traveled to the end of where the building ends and back and forth and back and forth. So it was not really leading outside the building. It was kind of just everyone was corralled outside the building.
So what you saw was at a point when they were outside the building, is that?
Correct.
And would I be correct in?
I seen when it started.
Would I be correct in stating that outside the building, that several times Mr. Taylor asked Ms. Hanson to leave him alone?
I did not.
Would I be correct in saying several times that he asked for her to go away or get out of his space?
I personally did not.
And about how long would you say you were outside?
Probably maybe like 2 or 3 minutes.
And you said that you manipulated the camera in terms of zooming it forward. So would I be correct in stating then that the time frame that we're watching on the 2 videos total is shorter than the time frame that that they actually occurred in?
Because there was parts where I moved forward because they were, well, it wasn't shorter because they were out of view of the camera. So we have multiple cameras in our building. So if they stepped out of the view of the camera, because I know it kind of went on for a little while, it was very back and forth thing. And when they stepped out of the view of the camera, I like zoomed forward through those parts where they weren't present in the camera's view because just for the privacy of our customers.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is when I'm watching the video, if I were watching the video, would it be the length of time of it? Yes, or would it be a shorter period of time?
It wouldn't have been a shorter period of time because, that's just the periods of time that that camera had captured of them being in view of that camera. They would have still been in the area, just not on that camera.
And are you saying then that we see the same time that during the timeframes they were out of the camera that we see?
At this point, it's blood year. This is
Okay.
not fraud.
Well, overruled. Let's just try to cut through this.
Okay.
You have different camera views. Is that correct, Ms. Well?
Correct.
And so what you're really indicating is that the reason it's not shorter or longer is because segment A, I'll call it, is a view, say, from camera 1 of what's occurring. Then you might go to camera 2, and that would be segment B, which is just a continuation of what you saw in A. Is that kind of how it's working?
So I may have misunderstood you. So because I zoomed forward, if anything, yes, I guess the video is shorter than the actual time frame of the full incident, correct? I guess I didn't understand.
That's okay. That's okay.
So it is shorter.
The video itself, yes, it's like a 5-minute video and it was a longer incident than that.
Got it. But you just moved, right, but you just moved through that view, whatever view you have.
Yeah, I just forwarded
Until they were back in the view of the camera. Got it. Okay, now that makes sense to me. Anything else on this?
No, those
All
are
right.
the questions. Your Honor, I object to the admission of the video. I do not believe that it is given the testimony that in terms of the video, there are times when they are not on the camera and you cannot see what happened or what they were doing. I would say that it is not a fair and accurate representation of that evening, that it is specific moments and
but
it
it's a
is
fair,
not
but
complete.
hold on a second. There's going to be a difference, Ms. Gaines, as to whether or not it's a fair and accurate representation of what the camera caught. If you're arguing that something else may have happened, that's different, isn't it?
I believe that in terms of the full context, it meant just segments without any sound is not a fair and accurate, because what occurred, as she stated, was not in 5 minutes, it was over several minutes.
If it's a fair and accurate representation of what she saw. So you want those other pieces? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure I do, because she said they were not. I mean, I'm not sure that there is camera footage of other things that were occurring based on her testimony. So that is what I'm saying.
Okay, I get that. But what Ms. Ball's testifying to is that what she provided is a fair and accurate representation of what she saw, either be it in person or on video.
I understand that.
So why wouldn't that be admissible?
Again,
I mean, you might, but hold on, Ms. Gaines, you might challenge that in some way, but why wouldn't it be admissible? And to the extent, it seems to me what you're arguing is the weight that the court should give it, as opposed to whether or not it should be admitted.
I'm ready for your ruling, Your Honor.
Well, I think you know where that's headed.
Yes,
Okay.
I've made my.
I note your objections. The video is admitted,
Both of them, Your Honor?
both of the videos, based upon.
Hartwick, I have the video hooked up to my HDMI.
We need to pause here. We can always come back to it, but there is movement. And after all of that, we cannot miss them coming back. I'm in the wrong corner. This is fun. Okay, I'm going to remove myself out of the way, leave Phoebe there rather.
Do I have what it takes to make you fall in love with me? Am I the real deal or just another one of those who fake it? Maybe I don't really know you. Maybe I don't really know myself. Let me rest in your arms until the morning comes and fades away our fears. I want to grow up with you. Cliche to say, but it's true. Tell me you see me just as I see you. Sometimes I don't know why I keep trying so hard to change. Should I turn on the lights and let you see me just the way I am? Can you tell me your secrets? It is time to let our guard down. I can promise you anything but loving you tonight. I want to grow up with you. Cliche to say, but it's true. Tell me you see me just as I see you. I want to grow up with you. Cliche to say, but it's true. Tell me you see me just as I see you. Do I have what it takes to make you fall? We drive straight as a narrow flies. Nowhere to be, no dreams to chase tonight. We got time to waste, let's waste it You and I, heads up in the clouds. We caught up with the birds flying south. Nothing to see as the day turns into night. We got time to waste, let's waste it right. We got time to waste, let's waste it right.
Well, back to Judge Simpson we go.
May I publish this in the plan?
Yes, you may. This is video one.
Correct. Your Honor, may I publish video too?
You may.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, Ms. Wall, I just have one question. By the time they're outside, I see that the video is going up and down. You're manipulating where the camera is looking. Is that what's happening?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure that wasn't because of them moving or what you're saying, zooming forward. You were actually zeroed in on where they were. Okay, thank you. Any questions based upon the court's question?
No, Your Honor. Okay.
All right, you may step down, Ms. Ball. Thank you. Any additional witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense? You may.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a warning. I switched over. I heard the judge. She's very soft. So when I stop speaking now and move over, you're going to need to turn your volume up. Before I speak, I will somehow indicate so that you know, because I can't even tell how low it is just yet. But here we go. We've been waiting for this.
like to start and just talk a little bit about your parents' relationship before October of 2018.
Sure.
You mentioned on direct examination that their relationship, you described it as good.
Yes.
They did things together.
Yes.
They were affectionate.
Yes.
They expressed love for one another.
They did.
You never expected in any regard that they had problems in their relationship based on what you saw.
Based on what I saw, no.
Right. They certainly never started sleeping in separate bedrooms or doing anything like that before 2018.
Not that I noticed, no.
Okay. And they seem to have an open relationship where they talked about things.
I don't know what they talked about,
but in your presence, they would talk about things.
What do you mean?
Well, they seem to have open communications about their feelings and things like that before 2018 also.
Sure, if they're being affectionate, like I love you to each other, yeah, but I don't know.
Right.
The deep feelings between each other, I wouldn't.
Really?
So,
you guys ate dinner together?
yes.
By the way, when dinner was prepared, who would be primarily the preparer of dinners? It was your father, wasn't it?
My dad, yes.
Yeah. And he would be the one to use the cooking knives, right?
Sure, yeah.
And in fact, the cooking knives were a gift, weren't they, from Christine to your father?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. They were thought of as his kitchen knives, weren't they, or the cooking knives?
They were the cooking knives.
Okay. All right. Your relationship with your father was extremely close.
He was my hero.
He was a firefighter. You, for a while, wanted to be a firefighter. Is that right?
Yes.
He was in the military. You wanted to be in the military.
Yes.
Essentially, he was sort of a role model, wasn't he?
He was.
And when you think as highly of someone as you think about your father, it must be very hard to hear people say things that are not flattering about them, correct?
When I was younger, yes.
Yeah.
It was tough to hear, yeah.
And even when you were just getting out of high school in like 2018, to hear him talk about himself badly was also a painful experience since you loved him and he was such a role model too.
Yes, it was tough, yeah.
Right. So when he came home in October of 2018 and sat everybody down and told you that he was an alcoholic, that must have been a pretty big blow to you, right?
It wasn't more of a blow, it was more of a confusion.
Right. And when he told you after that, you immediately went and he told you about the affair. That must have been extremely difficult for you to hear that.
That was a little bit tough, yeah.
Yeah. Because you didn't like holding the thought that your father had done something like this, given the way you thought about him.
Well, we put our heroes on high pedestals as
Right.
kids, so it was tough to hear, yeah.
Right. And it was clear during the conversation about the alcoholism, wasn't it? That was done with both you and Sophia present?
Me and her were next to each other on the couch.
Okay. And then he had the private conversation with you alone in the car.
Yes.
Was it clear to you during the conversation in the car that he was suggesting that his alcoholism played a role or was part of the story of the affair?
All he told me was that he saw another woman.
Okay. Did he tell you about, but it was clear at that point that he was saying that he was an alcoholic.
He didn't say that in the car with me. Those were two, we talked about the alcoholism when we sat down. All he said was that I saw someone else in the car. He didn't say, I saw someone else because I was drinking. That wasn't told to me.
He had just told you that he was an alcoholic, and now he was telling you about another woman. Do I have that correct? About less than an hour later?
Yes.
When he told you about the other woman, did he say that whole thing that I said earlier about alcoholism, I was just saying that?
No.
He didn't mention anything about that when you were alone.
Yeah, no, he didn't say that.
He would have known that you understood his words earlier to mean that he was saying that he was an alcoholic, correct?
If he was assuming that to me, then sure, but.
Well, he said it to you, right?
Well, all he said was that I saw another woman. I mean, that's.
But in the group meeting, he said, I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he never contradicted it when you were alone with him?
No.
Okay. After that conversation, you said that your father's sobriety date was 11/11?
I believe so.
Okay. So, even though he said he was an alcoholic in October of 2018, it may have taken him some time to start doing AA. Is that your understanding?
It seemed pretty immediate.
Pretty immediate. Okay.
Yeah.
So he starts doing AA immediately, right?
It seemed pretty quick.
And he started going to meetings almost daily, right? Multiple times a week.
I didn't pay attention how quickly he went, but
Okay. You know that eventually he started going almost daily, right?
sure. Yeah,
And you're aware that he got a sponsor, correct?
he did, yeah.
Yeah, and you're aware that he was working the steps of AA.
Yes.
And you're aware also that he would do commitments, correct? Where he would go talk to other AA groups.
I didn't know about that. No,
Okay.
I didn't know he talked to other groups.
Okay. Did you know that he went to a men's group?
I don't know
You
how
didn't
it
know, right?
works, so I don't really know.
Okay, so you never knew all the details of all the AA that he did. You just knew about his regular group meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. So he didn't talk to you about the men's group or doing commitments. Do I have that right?
Yeah, no, that's very personal to him, so.
Okay. So you just don't know about that.
Yeah, I just wasn't
Okay.
there for it.
It was clear to you, though, after that conversation in the car in the Shaw's parking lot where he says, "I was seeing another woman," that his plan is that he's going to stay and he's going to be working on the marriage. That was your understanding, right?
That was my understanding, yeah.
And part of that work meant that he was going to start going to counseling.
Sure.
Did he tell you about that in the car, or did you just find out that later?
That
when you
was
saw?
later on, known information to me.
Okay. But your understanding was that he was there and he was going to do whatever work was necessary to fix the relationship.
Yes.
And did he communicate that to you in the car?
Not in the car, no.
Okay. But within about 2 months, you start seeing some real effort on the part of your father to get sober, to start going to counseling and do these things. And you forgive your father, don't you?
I do.
Within a couple months.
Well, I was supportive of my father.
Of course, and that's understandable.
Yeah.
But you had sort of, if you had any feelings about the fact that he had the affair, within about 2 months, seeing his efforts, you reconciled yourself to forgiving your father.
I didn't condone him for what he did, but I let him know that I'm not going to go anywhere and vilify him for doing it.
Right. And at that point, when you decided maybe about 2 months after that conversation, so we're talking end of 2018.
Okay, yeah.
Does that make sense, time-wise?
Yes.
More or less? Because you're out of the house by June 6, 2019, right? So end of 2018, you're seeing this effort by your father. You're feeling feelings of, forgiveness. You want things to go back to the way they were, don't you? The way they were before the conversation.
In a way, yeah.
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 The fact that the affair kept being brought up was keeping you from being able to go back to the way things were before the affair.
Well, I'm not one to look to go back to the past. I mean, it'd be nice to not have that be brought up every single day.
Right. And you felt like your mother was bringing it up every day, and you really started to have a feeling of resentment towards your mother because she kept bringing it up after you had decided that you wanted to kind of go back to the way things were.
Well, it wasn't just because of that. There were other variables that hand even before the
Okay.
stuff with that.
Okay, but you did have in 2018 into 19, you did have some resentment towards your mother based on the way she handled getting over the affair.
That was
Had the affair. Within about 2 months, seeing his effort, you reconciled yourself to forgiving your father.
I didn't condone him for what he did, but I let him know that I'm not going to go anywhere and vilify him for doing it.
Right. And at that point, when you decided maybe about 2 months after that conversation, so we're talking end of 2018.
Okay, yeah.
Does that make sense, time-wise?
Yes.
More or less? Because you're out of the house by June 6, 2019, right? So end of 2018, you're seeing this effort by your father. You're feeling feelings of, forgiveness. You want things to go back to the way they were, don't you? The way they were before the conversation.
In a way, yeah.
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 The fact that the affair kept being brought up was keeping you from being able to go back to the way things were before the affair?
Well, I didn't want to. I'm not want to look to go back to the past. I mean, it'd be nice to not have that be brought up every single day.
Right. And you felt like your mother was bringing it up every day, and you really started to have a feeling of resentment towards your mother because she kept bringing it up after you had decided that you wanted to kind of go back to the way things were.
Well, it wasn't just because of that. There were other variables at hand even before the stuff with that.
Okay, but you did have in 2018 into 19, you did have some resentment towards your mother based on the way she handled getting over the affair.
That was a factor, yes.
Yes.
That was another thing.
You had other reasons for resenting your mother, but there's no question that at the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, you had a lot of resentment for your mother.
She was getting aggressive in the fights, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, you also, at that same period of time, didn't you? You were also working or began to work, didn't you, for a guy by the name of Mac that you mentioned is close to your family?
Yes, I can't remember what year it started, but I believe I was working with him at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
So were you already working with him, do you think, in October of 2018 when your father told you about the affair, or do you think that only happened after?
I started working for him after.
Okay. So maybe around the beginning of 2019?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you said that your father, who had been working for Mac doing fire sprinkler installations, started tapering down his work with Mac.
Yes.
Right after October 2018.
Sure, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Now, as he was tapering off completely, that's when you started to work for Mac. Was there an overlap at all between you and your father?
I don't think we worked
together.
When I was on the payroll, I don't think we worked together.
Okay. So by the beginning of 2019, that whole thing had sort of ramped down, and you had ramped up, and you were working then with Mac, weren't you?
Yeah, I believe he was already gone by the time I officially started my first day.
Okay. Now, obviously, I don't have to remind you. Mark was a very important part of your family.
Yes.
He was almost like a family member, like an uncle, right?
He was, yeah.
Yeah. And when you first started working for Mac, he knew that you were having some sort of issues at home, like you were having some problems at home.
If you knew, he didn't tell me.
Okay. Didn't you guys have a conversation about he knew all the players, right? He knew your dad, your mom. He knew obviously your siblings. When you first started working, didn't you guys have conversations about the family situation?
Only because I told him what was going on.
Mm-hmm. And didn't he tell you that he had some sort of skepticism about your dad's drinking?
Basis. I'll let him have it.
Didn't he tell you that he had some doubts about your father's alcoholism?
That wasn't part of the conversation, no.
Didn't he express to you during the period of time in which you worked for him that he had some doubts about your father's alcoholism?
That's, from my recollection, that's not what he told me.
He never told you that he had some doubts about your father's alcoholism during the time that you worked?
He just told me of the relationship between the defendant and my dad.
Okay. Him. All right. Page 29, 30. Do you remember coming into my office and having a conversation with me at my office?
I do, yeah.
About a month and a half ago?
Yeah.
And we taped the conversation?
We did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
The document, does this look or purport to be a transcript of our interview?
Looks like it.
Okay. And obviously, Mr. Ricci, that's your name, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it says here, it kind of gave me an idea what happened. And what did he say was happening at the time? Well, like I said, it was pretty much he was aware there was an affair, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been Mark?
Mac, yeah.
So by the time you were working with him, you already knew that there was an affair.
I already knew it.
And he did too.
It seemed like he did, yeah.
Yeah, based on your conversation.
Yeah.
And and then you wrote that my dad claiming that he was an alcoholic, and I say, when he was with him more than I was, like as a kid seeing him have like a beer or something, he would be with him, like a bar or something, but he's saying that he's an alcoholic. And I don't know if that's, so was he expressing doubt, I asked. And you said yes. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay, so Mac was expressing doubt about your father's alcoholism, right?
Well, I think it's more doubt of the situation overall,
Yeah.
especially with the affair.
And then I said, and that was the first time you began to entertain doubt, or you already had entertained doubt. And you said, I had a little bit, but this solidified it for me. Like, because I saw him as a very trustworthy source of resource. So I trusted his words, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, Mark expressed to you during that time that he had some doubts about your father's alcoholism.
And if you had some doubts already, your conversation with him solidified your doubts.
It wasn't specifically about alcoholism. It could have been a part of the conversation, but that wasn't what we were expressing doubt for, though.
But that's the part of the conversation I'm talking about. He did express doubt about your father's alcoholism. And if you had doubts before that, this conversations with Max, this trusted figure, solidified them for you, didn't it?
He did give me a reason to not have that be an option in my head, yeah. But
Mac, you mean?
Through body language, through him, yeah.
Yeah, because he was expressing skepticism in a bunch of ways about your father's alcoholism. And
Not just that, but overall with everything.
Also about his mental health stuff, right?
Yeah. Sustained.
You know that when your father was working for Mac, he had a company car, correct?
Yes.
A truck, right? Had like a company license plate on it.
Yeah.
And at a certain point after he stopped working for Mac, he ended up returning the truck back to Mac, didn't he?
Eventually, yeah.
And then he got his own truck, right? And at the same time that he was working for Mac, he also had a phone that was paid for by MCC, if you know.
I don't know if he gave me a phone or not. I don't know.
Okay. But it was clearly sometime in the early part of 2019 that your father stopped working for Mac, or late 2018 that your dad stopped working for Mac, correct?
Sure. I don't know exactly when, but that would be my guess.
Yeah.
Early 2019.
Because you started working at the beginning of 2019 for him, and by that time your dad's already sort of out already.
I didn't see him there at all when I first started.
And that was the beginning of 2019, right?
Yeah, around there.
Yeah. And it would have been sometime in the early part of 2019 that your father changed his phone number, right?
I believe so. I don't know exactly when though.
Okay. It was while you were still living at the house though.
I can't say for certain. I don't know.
Okay. Now, as we said a moment ago, your father was going to AA, and he also was making a lot of AA friends, wasn't he?
I wasn't there for every meeting, so I don't know. I was only there for two.
Two meetings, you mean?
I believe so. Yeah, for only two AA meetings, so I don't know what friends he made or not.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Bobby Higgins?
Yeah, I met a couple times.
Okay, he's a guy from AA, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, he was on an AA softball team.
Yes, he was.
Did you know that he did AA bowling?
I don't know about bowling, but I know there was a softball team.
Do you know that the house at 679 Moraine Street became kind of like a meeting point for all the guys at AA or some of the people at AA? Or was that after you left?
That's after I left. I'm sure there was.
Okay. So when you're talking about your father not having any friends post 2018, you really are talking about the old friends like Mac and that circle, right?
Well, the friends outside of Christine being with my dad.
And the friends outside of AA, right?
Which are, the friends that he didn't, outside of AA,
outside of AA. You said that Christina told you something about the fact that your father had like memory loss.
I was told that it was memory loss and different mental disorders.
Okay.
The answer would stand.
The memory loss part of it, where he said he lost something like 80% of his memory from alcohol or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sorry.
Do you think some of that was being said because your father was saying that he had memory loss from 2018?
I was told it from her. From the
Okay.
defendant.
Okay. You never heard your father talk about the fact that he was missing memory or claiming sort of broad-based amnesia for a period of time during 2018?
That was all that information was told through the defendant.
To you?
To me.
Okay. And you don't know if your father was saying that and that's why she was saying it. You just don't know.
She was next to him when she told me.
Mm-hmm. And he didn't say, no, no, no.
He looked there like he wasn't allowed to say a word.
Mm-hmm. So he didn't respond in any way, in other words?
He didn't, yeah.
Okay. Now, obviously, as part of AA, there's various milestones, but one of the biggest milestones is getting a year chip or a 2-year chip.
Sure. Yeah.
And you wanted to support your father, correct? And so you went to his 1-year chip ceremony.
I did.
Okay. And you described that ceremony as being your mom got up and talked for a half hour and your dad only talked for 5 to 10 minutes.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. Is it your understanding that oftentimes at these chip ceremonies, the chip is given to them by someone who is close to them and has watched their sobriety journey?
No, it's the person going through the process of AA, if I understand.
But what about the person who gives the chip and grants the chip to the person? Don't they often say words about the alcoholic?
That's
or do you not know?
Not my understanding of it, no.
Okay.
That was the process of the person going through alcoholism.
Okay. Other than those 2 Alcoholics Anonymous meetings that you went to or that you noticed in the house and the chip ceremony, do you have a broad-based understanding of Alcoholics Anonymous?
I have a basic knowledge, but I haven't been to AA, so I don't know. I don't know the whole process of how it works.
Okay. Was that the only chip ceremony you ever saw?
No.
You've seen another chip
I've
ceremony?
seen, it was the first month one too. And then my dad would have all his other chips.
Oh, so you've gone to a month chip
The
ceremony?
month one, yeah.
Okay. It's fair to say, though, that a year chip ceremony is a lot more important than the month chip or the daily chip that you get along the way as far as being a milestone.
I don't think one's more important than the other. I think
That's fair.
A personal adversary that they go to. That's nothing for me to judge.
I completely understand that. I guess let me put that a little bit different. Certainly a year is a very big milestone, one that obviously you only have once every 365 days.
I mean, the 24 days can be as big as a 1 year.
Yeah, in the individual scenario, but a 1-year chip has special importance and is often treated with more pomp and circumstance because it's such a major milestone.
It can be to other people.
It was a major milestone to your dad that he made a year of sobriety.
I don't know how he felt about it, but it can be as big as it is going for 24 days or 30 days.
Mm-hmm. Did he invite you to the 24-day ceremony?
I believe so. I think the whole family went.
Okay. And what about the every month chip after that? Did you go to those? Were you invited to those?
We were invited, but I don't think I went to them.
Okay. You made a special point of going to the year chip ceremony because it was important.
After hesitation, yes.
But you went even after hesitation because you recognized its importance to him.
Yeah.
And you were trying to be supportive.
As I always
Of course. Of course. Of course. So by the time June 6, 2019 rolls around, you've already for several months, maybe as many as 8 months, reached a point where you feel like you've forgiven your dad for what he's done and you wanted to move on, correct? Based on your testimony a moment ago.
Yeah.
And you're also, by then, sort of having some feelings of resentment about your mom.
Well, it wasn't just to her. I mean, it was a lot of people to have certain emotions for, but yes, there was.
You were unhappy with the household
Was happy
situation.
with the house in general.
And you placed a lot of the blame at the feet of your mother. Is that fair to say at that time, based on your previous answers to me?
I mean, there was blame to go around. It wasn't just her, but
you did feel a fair amount of resentment towards your mother.
There were some problems, yes.
Yeah. And you'd already been working with Mac for probably 6 months by then, talking to him.
I don't say it again, please.
You started working for Mac at the beginning of 2019?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and by June 6, 2019, you've been working for him for about 6 months?
I think so.
Okay. I mean, thereabouts.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't need to be super specific, but you're working for him for a number of months by then.
But I can't remember exactly how many months, but sometime that year.
You recognize that oftentimes when people act, they don't always announce their intentions, correct?
Sure.
And so in order to determine their intentions, you have to engage in sort of an active interpretation based on their actions of what they're intending.
I suppose.
Okay. Do you recognize that sometimes someone's attitudes towards the person whose behavior they're interpreting can affect the interpretation?
How do you mean?
Are you open to the possibility that someone's feelings and emotions about the person whose behavior they're interpreting could affect their interpretation of that person's behavior?
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
You remember that you talked a little bit about the way your father looked during your last conversation with him, which was on January 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
At that time, you had not actually seen your father in about a year and a half, correct?
I believe so, yes. I can't recall for certain, but I believe that was the last time I saw him.
Meaning that by the time you saw him, it had been quite some time since you'd seen him before.
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you stopped seeing him, about a year and a half before, he was 51 years old, correct?
He was.
He already had some gray hair.
A little bit, yeah. Just because of old age, but not because of stress.
Right. And so when you saw him at the firehouse, people's weight fluctuates all the time. Do you agree with me?
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Different for everybody.
Yeah. And because you hadn't seen him in quite some time, there could have been a major fluctuation in his weight over the course of that time.
Through the firehouse? What do you mean?
Well, what I'm saying is you hadn't seen him in a year and a half. So the ordinary fluctuations of weight that you would see in the ordinary course of seeing someone, you would have missed all that.
It's possible, yeah.
Yeah. And so
I've seen pictures though.
You saw pictures of him?
Yep.
Okay. And as far as timing of those pictures, were those closer to the time you left the house or closer to the time that you talked to him?
Closer to the last time I talked to him.
Okay. Now, when you last talked to him, do you know if that was the end of a shift or the beginning of a shift that you were talking to him?
I don't know. I don't know what his schedule was.
Okay. Well, you know that his schedule at the firehouse is 24 hours on, followed by 2 days off, 24 hours on, followed by 4 days off, right?
Again, I don't know his schedule, but I know he did 24-hour shifts. I just know what days he was off in between.
Okay. So you know that he had a 24-hour shift?
I did know that, yeah.
And so that would be like a 12-hour shift overnight and then another long shift the next day.
I don't know. Sure,
but that's what a 24-hour shift would be, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if there had been, for example, would he spend the night between those two shifts at the firehouse?
Yeah, we spend the night at the firehouse, yeah.
And when he spent the night at the firehouse, if there had been a call, that would have disturbed his sleep, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So do you know if he was at the end of his 24-hour shift or the beginning of his 24-hour shift?
I don't know. I didn't ask him. I don't know what
Okay.
schedule was that day.
All right. So if he had been on for 24 hours straight and you were seeing him at the end of a shift, would not be that unusual for him to look tired, would it?
I mean, I've seen him at a 24. I was with him a couple of times.
Right.
I was during a 24-hour shift.
When he was a much younger man.
When I wasn't too young when I went with him. It had been like 6 years ago. I don't know if that hasn't. He's been doing it for over 23 years, and he's looked the same throughout those 23 years.
And there are lots of variables that can make a shift more tiring or less tiring depending on what happens overnight.
It can be.
Right. And you just don't know that information, right?
No.
Right. Now, do you agree with me that you told the story about the firehouse at grand jury all the way back in 2021?
Objection to.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
You described the event at the firehouse, that last conversation with your father at grand jury. Do you remember that?
I don't know. I don't remember if I did.
Your testimony today is that you may have seen a bruise on him,
Yes. I may have seen one, yeah.
but you're not
I
100%
can't say
sure.
for certain.
Okay. When you spoke to the grand jury, your goal was to tell them essentially everything relevant that you knew that was the truth, correct?
I told them the truth.
Right. And you tried to tell them, to the best of your memory, everything that was important that you knew.
I told them what the truth was, not what I thought was important.
But you told the truth, but you told the truth based on what you thought was being asked of you and based on what you thought was important, given what the question was, correct?
Correct, out of what I saw when I was there.
Right. And today you say that there may have been a bruise.
There could have been.
There could have been a bruise. Okay. Is your memory exhausted with regard to whether there was?
No, but that was 3.5 years ago when that happened. So we were there a week after it happened. So details are kind of foggy.
Would the fact that your father had a bruise be an important observation, do you think, or a significant observation, do you think?
I just told him what happened, what I was doing there.
Mhm. But do you think that it's something that would have stood out in your memory, certainly, if you'd seen a bruise?
It could have, but I wasn't looking at that. I told him what I was there for, but I wasn't paying attention to if he had marks on him. I was there just to talk to my dad. I wasn't too focused on if he had any injuries on him.
Okay, so you don't know if he had any injuries on him.
I'm not too certain.
Okay, and you don't have it. Do you have an actual memory of seeing a bruise, or you're doubting that? I don't
He
know.
can explain to the jury what his best recollection is of whether it's dad had a bruise when you saw him that.
I did see, like I said, I do remember seeing bags under his eyes.
Okay.
But there could have been darker spots that were right below that too, below the eyes itself.
Okay. You remember having that memory, or is it sort of a surmise that it could have been, the bags could have hidden the black guy?
No, it's thinking about it now. I'm starting to remember what he looked like.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Given the limitations of what I said,
Yeah.
if you think it's appropriate, yes, you may.
Showing you the document?
Yeah.
Like the grand jury transcripts?
Yeah.
That's your name there?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, this is the area of the transcript that talks about that last meeting, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Could you just look through that?
Yeah.
Transcript and just to yourself, and just raise your hand when you see the part about having a black eye.
What's either this? I never mentioned any of his physical appearances here, including his.
Thank you, this is good. Now, you mentioned after you left the home, you would be in regular contact with your siblings,
My sister.
your sister Sophia,
Yes.
and you heard in the sort of weeks before was it a week before you sat down and had a conversation with your father that you heard something about a text saying they're fighting again?
From when I met him at the firehouse.
Yes.
It was either sometime that week or the week before.
Okay, so it's within about a week of that.
Yeah,
So
the first met. Yeah, when I met him.
when you heard about the fighting from Sophia, was there any mention that it was physical fighting or just verbal?
She just told me they're fighting again. I want to get out of the house.
Okay, there wasn't any statement about physical fighting.
I can't remember what I said on the text or what was sent to me.
Okay. In fact, Sophia, you don't remember Sophia ever describing a physical fight after you left the house, isn't that right? Just verbal.
I can't remember. A few years ago. I would have to look back and see what she sent to me.
Okay, but as you stand here right now, nothing stands out with regard to Sophia telling you about physical fights after you left the house.
Not the top of my head, I can't remember.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you and Mac perhaps had some doubts about your father's alcoholism. Did you ever get a sense that you believed that your mother believed that your father was an alcoholic, right?
She was pretty involved in the process, so yeah.
And she would go to like Al-Anon, correct?
Including Al-Anon, yeah.
Yeah. And she would read the AA books, correct?
I don't know what she read in it, but
okay. And you're also aware that she was going to school at Quincy College, right?
Yes, I was aware.
And she was studying some sort of psychology.
I don't know what she studied.
It was your understanding that one of the reasons she went back to school was to try to understand what was going on with your father?
I don't know. She told me that she wanted me to be proud of her, that she was going to school.
Okay. Did you have a sense that one of the reasons that she went to school was to try to figure out and support your father, though?
Yeah. Can you answer it if he knows?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So, for example, when she decided that she was going back to school, did you have a sense that she was doing so in order to help support your father?
I don't know. That wasn't important to me at the time.
Okay.
Now, we talked on direct examination a little bit about the layout of 679 Moraine Street. We also talked about that large living room, dining room area.
The open floor plan, yeah.
Yeah. That was connected to the kitchen, correct?
Through 2 steps, yeah.
2 steps. About how high up were those 2 steps? A little over a foot?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. On June 19th, when your mother grabbed the knife from, was it from the kitchen drawer or was it from the block of knives? You said that you were there when you saw your mother grab the knife on June 6, 2019?
Yeah.
Was that from the drawer or was that from the block of knives?
I don't know which one, but there was a block of knives, and right above it was a magnet that held kitchen knives on that too.
And do you remember where she got the knife that she grabbed?
I can't remember which one, but it seemed to me it was more reasonable that she grabbed it from the magnet. That was easy to just grab.
And you were there when she grabbed it?
Yeah.
Within a few feet of her, like 3 feet of her?
That was behind her, yeah.
3 feet behind her. As soon as she grabs that knife, at that moment, you go into action, right?
Yeah.
And that's when you sort of do sort of the reverse. Is it more like a full Nelson or more like a bear hug?
No, it was wrapped. My arms were wrapped around her, like around her backside, but around her arms. So her arms were back like this.
Did she, when you say that she grabbed the knife and she moved, how far did she get towards that threshold, the 2 steps of the living room, dining room before you were able to stop her?
There's probably like a step or 2 from where the knives were.
Okay. So she only was able to get about a step from where the knives were when you stopped her. She was still in the kitchen.
Yeah, she's in the kitchen.
And then you brought her and sat her down in a chair, still in the kitchen.
Yep.
Okay. And your father was outside one of the doors that went off that living room, dining room area.
He was went through the side door, but he's still visible through the screens.
You could see him through those windows, correct? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Right. But meaning if you're in the threshold between the kitchen and the living room, dining room area, you can see through those screens. Is that what you mean?
Wait, say it again?
So where can you see through those screens? Is it in the kitchen or is it in the steps leading down to the kitchen?
You can see it.
Okay. So he's in the off of the living room, dining room area, correct?
Outside, yes.
Yeah. And your mother is in the kitchen the entire time during that interaction.
Yeah.
Okay. How tall was your father?
I don't know how exactly tall, but maybe like around 6 feet in the living room, maybe.
Okay. And your mother?
I have no idea. Maybe 5'4", 5'5", maybe. I don't know.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. Just a few questions for you. Defense counsel asked you about the time when your father shared with you that he was an alcoholic, and you used the word confusion on your part.
Yes.
Can you explain why you were confused about that?
Me and my sister were having conversations of
Objection, Your
All right, not to the conversation, but why were you confused by that revelation?
To me, I don't know what alcoholic meant, but it didn't seem like my dad. We were just described of how alcoholics were, and he didn't fill that criteria to us.
Objection and to strike the
I'm going to just ask you to limit that answer to your own confusion, sir.
Sorry. He didn't seem like an alcoholic.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about end of 2018 and the fact that the affair kept being brought up to you and how it bothered you that it kept being brought up. And I believe you said it would have been nice if the defendant didn't bring up the affair every day. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that how it seemed to you, or is that how it was, that she was bringing it up every single day?
It was every time.
And you also indicated defense counsel was asking you a number of questions about your potential resentment towards the defendant. You remember that line of questioning?
I do.
And he asked you, and that was because of the affair, and you indicated that wasn't the only reason?
Yes.
Were there other reasons you resented her?
It was,
Fair game. Let him answer.
it was how she was being physical and how she was verbal towards everybody in the family.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
See at the side of the bench.
Sir, just to go back, you indicated that wasn't the only reason that you resented your mother because of her bringing up the affair every day. Could you answer that again? Why else were you resentful of her during this time period?
She was being physical with everybody in the family, very violent, and how she was treating different family members.
And with regard to Mac or Mark McDonald, that was brought up, that line of questioning, and defense counsel was asking you about whether basically Mac's doubting your father being an alcoholic affected you. Did it affect you, or did you have your own independent doubts?
I had my own thought on it, and he kind of like agreed with what I thought about. So, but I mean, that wasn't the only thing we talked about. It was just like everything as a whole, what was going on.
And in terms of the line of questioning about how you were, about your father's purported memory loss, and I believe you indicated you were told about his memory loss. Is that right?
Yes.
Who were you told about his memory loss by?
The defendant.
And just to be clear, during all the time you lived with your father up until June 6, 2019, and any time thereafter that you saw him, did you have any red flags about any kind of memory loss?
Absolutely not.
And did you have any red flags at all about your father being an alcoholic before 2018?
Absolutely not.
And defense counsel asked you a couple of questions about the 1 year CHIP event from AA. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And I believe you indicated that you said your father looked like he wasn't allowed to say a word. Is that right?
100%.
Can you describe that?
For when he was up speaking.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
I note your continuing objection. You may answer.
So can you repeat the question?
Yes, I believe you indicated that your father at the AA 1 year CHIP meeting looked like he wasn't allowed to say a word. What makes you say that?
All he said was, thank you, could have done with my family. And then Christine kind of shoved him over to go to the microphone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Want to be seen? Would you like to be seen, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
So, thank you. The defendant shoved him over so she can speak essentially,
Yes.
and then she continued to speak for 30 to 40 minutes, I believe you said?
Yeah, around 30 minutes, yeah.
And why did that stand out in your mind, sir?
Because
Sorry.
she was talking about her experience on why she stayed and how she got on her hands and knees, or my dad got on his hands and knees and begged her to stay when she had her bags packed to leave him. And that's why she decided to stay.
Was it kind of all about her?
Yes.
He also indicated defense counsel was asking about other CHIP events and whether or not you attended them. And then with regard to the 1-year CHIP event, you indicated after some hesitation, you went to that event, correct?
Correct.
What was your hesitation, sir?
A month prior, I got into altercation with the family at the house. My sister texted me, or
Objection.
I'll ask you another question. So you had some hesitation about going?
yes, because we got an altercation with the family at the house.
Okay. And did Mac influence you about how you felt about your mom in general?
No, he kept his personal opinions about her to himself. He was there to listen about what I thought about her.
Sir, I know you've described a lot of difficult things involving your mom and your relationship with her and what you witnessed. Is it fair to say you also had a positive relationship with her at times growing up?
I did.
Could you describe that?
We would always crack jokes. Sometimes when I was younger, I didn't know how to cook, so I would make a small, like, half-assed dish. Sorry for language, but we would watch TV shows, like TV shows we were both interested in. And even when I was in middle school, we did a little bit of like Zumba, like an after-school curriculum. So at that time, it seemed like a loving relationship between the two of us.
Did you love her?
I did.
And with regard to what you may or may not have testified at grand jury soon after these events, fair to say you were never asked to describe anything about your father's physical appearance when you visited him on that last occasion at the firehouse, correct?
Correct.
You were strictly asked about your conversation with him, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you were beginning to say you're now picturing in your head what your father looked like on that last visit, correct?
Correct. It's coming back to me a little bit now.
And could you describe that, what you're visualizing?
Like I said, bone definition was pretty clear. Bags under his eyes, white hair, seemed tired, skinny. Like I said, I remember seeing a darker spot under his bags, kind of closer to like around his cheekbone, if anything.
Did it appear to be a bruise?
Like towards the end of a bruise, yes, but it didn't seem new.
One moment, please. Nothing further. Recross.
Can we approach sidebar briefly?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you. The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Hold on one second. Commonwealth calls Dr. Martinez. Oh, it's all right. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll just hold up when she gets in here. If I'm not done.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you give to the court and the jury and that are now coming from the Commonwealth and Senate of Bar to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Just hold on one second, counsel.
Absolutely.
You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
In a loud, clear voice, could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name?
Okay, yes, my name is Maria del Mar Capo Martinez. Last name is spelled Capomartinez.
And just so the record's clear, is your first name Maria?
First name is Maria del Mar.
And you're saying Maria Del Mar, Delmar? Two
Yes.
separate words?
Two separate words.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. I just want to make sure for the
No
record. And then after that is Capo or Capo?
Capo Martinez.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And where do you work, ma'am?
I worked as a medical examiner in the medical examiner's office in Boston.
How long have you been employed there?
I've been there for 8 years.
And in what capacity are you employed with the medical examiner's office?
I'm one of the medical examiners that works in the office.
And what are your duties as a medical examiner?
Basically, I perform routine examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in the state of Massachusetts.
And could you please describe your educational background, doctor?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in biology. I obtained a medical degree in Puerto Rico. Then I did 4 years of residency in Stony Brook University Hospital in New York. And then I did 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology here in Boston.
And you may have just covered this in the last answer, but where did you do your residency? Was that in Boston?
No, Stony Brook University in New York.
Thank you. Are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology as well as forensic pathology.
And what does board certified mean?
It means that you're an expert in your field. You've pursued further education within certain specialties, and you've gone a further length to take rigorous examinations to be declared board certified.
When did you become board certified?
2020 for anatomic pathology and 2021 for forensic pathology.
Have you had any academic appointments?
No.
And have you ever testified as a specialist in pathology?
Yes, multiple times.
Have you performed autopsies to determine causes of death and the nature of your job?
Yes.
How many autopsies roughly have you performed?
We do a mix of autopsy examinations and just external examinations. Combined with the two, I'm upwards of 2,500.
And could you please tell the jury what is involved in an autopsy, doctor?
Usually we define it as 3 parts. One part is the external examination, which is where you look at the body, you notice any marks on the body, any injuries, any scars, any sort of thing that catches your eye, as well as weight, height, hair color, eye color, all those sort of descriptors. Then there's the internal portion of the examination where you perform a wide incision and open the body cavities and examine the internal organs and any either natural illnesses or any injuries that these organs may have. And then the third part is the review of the chart, which you kind of do throughout the whole process. You do it before, you do it in between, and you do it after, which may consist of reviewing such things as x-rays, toxicology reports, police records, EMS records, medical records, etc.
And how long does an autopsy take?
It can take from an hour to several hours. It depends on the complexity of the case.
And do you typically report your findings into a written report?
Yes, there's a standard anatomy diagram that we use. Everybody uses the same one. There are other varieties, so you may add diagrams depending on your necessities, but for the most part, yes, there is a standard body diagram.
And how many autopsies have you conducted involving deaths as a result of stab wounds or sharp wounds?
I don't have an exact number off the top of my head, but several.
And based on your training and experience, are there different types of wounds from sharp objects?
Yes.
Can you describe those, please?
There's incised wounds, there are stab wounds, there can be chop wounds. Yep.
What are stab wounds?
Stab wounds are forensically defined as wounds which the depth of penetration is longer than the width of it on the skin surface. And an incised wound is longer on the skin surface than it is deep into the tissues.
And what are perforated wounds?
Perforated wounds are wounds that go through and through.
Have you, and do you have experience in determining a wound path, doctor?
Yes.
What is a wound path as it relates to referencing this case, which we'll get into?
So a wound path would be the path of tissues where whatever implement was used goes through.
Are you able to determine the depth of a stab wound?
Yes.
How?
We usually use different sets of probes, and so you get a probe length.
And doctor, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on Michael Ricci Sr. to determine his cause of death?
Yes.
When was that, doctor?
January 29th, 2021.
And in the course of your conducting the autopsy of Michael Ricci, were you able to determine his height and weight?
Yes, he was 5'10" and 188 pounds.
Did you conduct an external examination of Michael Ricci?
Yes.
And did you chart the injuries you found on the body?
That's correct.
Can you describe to the jury what, if any, observations you made of his injuries?
He had a wound to the left side of his chest, a wound to the left side of the back of his torso and a wound to the middle of his back. A sharp first injury.
May I have one moment, please? You may. Thank you. May we approach, Your Honor? Yes, thank you. Jurors, I want to give you some instructions on autopsy photos. Jurors, you are in a minute going to be examining or looking at autopsy photos. I recognize that this is not pleasant. The fact that they are so, that is the fact that they're unpleasant, may not influence your verdict in any way. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on sympathy, pity, anger, or passion. These photographs may be considered by you only to the extent that they draw your attention to a clinical medical status. You may proceed.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at this first photograph and tell me if you recognize what that is a photograph of.
It's a photo of the autopsy, Mr. Ricci.
And specifically, is there a number associated with the particular injury you're viewing?
Yes, number 1.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the wounds that you examined on the body of Michael Ricci?
Yes.
I'd ask this be marked as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection to that photo?
No, you're right.
It'll be marked as exhibit 48, autopsy photo number 1.
May I publish it at this time?
You may.
Showing you exhibit 48, and just for identification purposes, what are we looking at here?
This is just a portion of the photograph, but you can see a ruler, a wound, and this is the left torso, anterior torso of this person.
And it's identified as
number one, correct?
Yes.
And why is it marked that way?
Just a way of documenting the injuries. When there's more than one injury, usually it's at the discretion of the doctor. I tend to use numbers for them.
Okay. May I go?
You may.
And I'm asking you to take a look at another photograph and tell me if you recognize that photograph, ma'am.
Yes, this is a close-up look of the same wound.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the one that you examined?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked and published.
Any objection to that photo? It'll be marked as Exhibit 49, the close-up of number one.
And just to show the jury, that's the photograph of wound number one that was measured, examined, and labeled as number one, correct?
Yes.
And at this time, I'd ask with regard to that wound number one, if you could describe that wound.
So based on my findings, this was considered a stab wound. It's about 3 centimeters long. And it probed to 15 centimeters in depth. The wound path or the injuries along the tissues are through the subcutaneous soft tissues, which is just the fatty tissue under the skin. It pierces through the left fourth rib cartilage. Then it pierces the pericardium, which is a membranous sac that holds the heart. Then it pierces the heart in multiple areas, including the right ventricle and the interventricular septum. Associated injuries with these are a hemopericardium, which is an accumulation of blood around the heart, a collapsed left lung, and a hemothorax, which is an accumulation of blood around the left lung in the left chest cavity.
And in terms of when you indicated the probing, that's to determine the depth that you described earlier, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that was 15 centimeters, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you able to, with your hands, show the jury what 15 centimeters looks like?
I would say maybe about this big. It's about almost 7 inches, probably.
Objection, Your Honor, may I be heard sidebar?
Yes. As I told you that on some occasions, the parties will reach an agreement with regard to a fact, and that's one of those facts. And I'll tell you, you can take that back to the bank. The parties have agreed, and I'll give you judicial notice that 15 centimeters is translated to 5.906 inches.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm showing you another photograph. If you can tell me if you recognize that photograph.
Yes,
And what do you recognize that photograph to be?
it's wound number 2 or wound labeled number 2.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of wound number 2 that you examined?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection to that one?
Your Honor.
It'll be marked and admitted as exhibit 50, the wound number 2.
And do I have the court's permission to publish it?
You may.
I'm showing you what was just marked as Commonwealth Exhibit number 50. And just so we're clear, excuse me, what are we looking at here?
Is wound number labeled number 2.
And in terms of the location, although some might think it's obvious, where is it located, wound number 2?
It's in the back of the shoulder / torso. Let's do your torso.
I'm sorry. So is that the back of Michael Ricci's shoulder area?
Yes.
May I approach again?
You may.
May I show you another photograph? Ask if you recognize that photograph.
It's just a close-up look at the wound.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of wound number 2?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as an exhibit.
Any objection to that that photo? All right. It'll be marked and admitted as exhibit 51.
May I publish it, Your Honor?
You may.
And fair to say this is just a close-up of injury or wound number 2, and it's shown next to a ruler.
Yes.
And the purpose of the ruler.
It's always just to show the size of the wound.
And could you describe that wound number 2 as you did similarly with wound number 1?
So that wound, like I said, is in the back of the shoulder and torso area of the decedent. It's about 3.1 centimeters in length. It probed to 6.6 centimeters in depth, and it's mostly affecting, or the wound path is through the soft tissues and the musculature of the shoulder and the back.
And with regard to wound number 1 and wound number 2 that you just identified and described, are you able to establish what type of weapon was used to instill these injuries?
I can tell that it was a sharp instrument and likely a knife.
May I approach?
You may.
Just going to ask you to take a look at this photograph first. Do you recognize what that photograph is?
Yes, it's the hand of the decedent.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the hands of the decedent?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit.
Same objection.
I know your objection, your additional objection to this exhibit. I overrule it. It'll be marked as exhibit 52. Is this labeled as a wound number?
No.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
I'm not
No, I
listening.
can ask you a question. No wound number.
No, no number.
May I approach again?
You may.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm gonna ask you to take a look at this other photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, it's the same hand, but from a different angle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that hand that you examined?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as an exhibit.
Same objection? It'll be marked as admitted as exhibit 53.
May I publish these, Your Honor?
You may.
Now I'm just showing you, what was marked as exhibit number 52. That is the hand that you identified of Michael Ricci, correct?
Yes.
And a different angle, same hand, indicated, exhibit number 53.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I'll repeat. Just showing you, as you described it, a different angle of that same hand is exhibit number 53, and that's this picture, correct?
Yes.
And how would you categorize, or what would you call the injuries on his hand?
I identified these on my notes as being abrasions, fresh ones.
And how are you able to identify them as fresh?
By the color and the quality, they're red and they're not dry, they're still wet, they don't have a scab on them. So an abrasion is pretty much like a scrape that you get on your knee when you fall.
May I approach?
You may.
And asking you to take a look at this photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, that's the third wound. I don't believe it's labeled in this photograph, but that is the third wound.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the third wound?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as an exhibit.
Any objection to that photo?
Renew my objection from earlier with regard to this third one. Should we be heard at sidebar, Barbara?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd ask again that this be marked as an exhibit, please.
Yes, I will admit that the photo of wound, the third wound, as exhibit 54.
May I approach again?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm just showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
This is the same photograph, it just doesn't have a ruler or a marker on it.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of that same injury as the prior photograph?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be
Same objection. It'll be marked and admitted as exhibit 55.
May I publish these two photographs?
You may.
showing you what was marked as exhibit 54. And where was that injury located, ma'am?
This one's in the decedent's back.
And now showing you just, I believe you indicated it was same injury, exhibit 55, as exhibit 54, is that correct?
Yes, it just doesn't have a marker or ruler on it.
And could you describe that wound?
This one's what we consider an incised wound. So this one's 2.8 centimeters long, but it only probed to 0.1 centimeters in depth into the soft tissues. So it's very shallow, which is why it's considered an incised wound.
And the wounds to the decedent's hands, are you familiar with the term defensive wounds?
Yes.
And what do you understand defensive wounds to be?
Wounds that are created as part of the victim defending themselves from an attack.
And are you able to categorize certain wounds as defensive wounds? Yes. Ma'am, with regard to the abrasions, I believe you described them on the decedent's hands, as shown in exhibit 53, are you able to determine whether or not, one way or another, whether or not these are defensive wounds, or is that something difficult and impossible for a medical examiner to determine?
I cannot determine it based on these particular ones.
And ma'am, were you able to determine the cause of death of Mr. Ricci?
Yes.
What was it?
Sharp force injuries of the torso.
Could you explain to the jury how you were able to determine that?
Given the wounds are all located in the torso and they're resulting in injuries to major organs in the torso area. That's how I came to that conclusion.
How long would an individual survive after the wounds that you just described?
It really varies from individual to individual. I believe I wrote in my death certificate that this was from seconds to minutes, based on scene information and medical personnel information.
And based on your training experience and your examination of the wounds, what would Mr. Ricci be physically experiencing internally during the moments after the stabbing?
Objection.
She can answer.
Based on the fact that he had a hemopericardium and a hemothorax, as well as soft tissue injuries and organ injuries, he would have likely had some pain related to the wound. The collection of blood around the heart and around the lung would likely make it difficult to breathe. It would likely make it difficult for the heart to contract. So he may have been short of breath. He may have had rapid heart rate until he lost consciousness.
And would, in terms of the amount of blood that was outside, externally observed on Mr. Ricci, are you able to give your, based on your training experience, an explanation as to why there would not have been a lot of blood either at the scene or on his person?
I didn't see any scene photos, so I don't know what the scene looked like. I only saw what the internal findings were. He had 1,550 milliliters of blood in the left chest cavity and 275 milliliters of blood around the heart. So that's a considerable amount.
And why would, when you say that's a considerable amount, what do you mean?
On average, approximately, people tend to have about 5 liters of blood in their system. So this is about 1,800 milliliters. So a little less than half of the blood volume was within the heart cavity, or the heart sac, sorry, and the left chest cavity.
So a lot of the blood was internal.
Yes.
And at this time, I'd offer the death certificate, Your Honor, as the
Any
next
objection
exhibit.
to the death certificate?
You can offer it as the next exhibit, subject to redaction, Your Honor.
Yes. It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 56, subject to redaction.
And Doctor, in terms of the materials you reviewed as part of the examination, did that also include the South Shore medical or hospital records of Michael Ricci?
Yes.
I'd offer those records as the next exhibit, subject to redaction, Your Honor.
Any objection to that? Subject to the redaction.
Subject to the redaction.
It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 57.
You have one moment, please.
You may.
Just a couple more questions, ma'am. Are you able to discuss or tell us about how much force it would take for a knife to go through what you described, cartilage of Mr. Ricci's ribs, heart, and collapse his lung ultimately?
I don't know how I can describe how much force it would take because it varies on multiple different things.
And Could you just briefly describe the different densities of tissue that the wound went through?
Well, it went through skin, it went through fatty tissues, it went through cartilage, it went through muscle. Those tissues obviously have different consistencies and densities, but this also depends on the type of implement that is being used.
And in terms of the density differences between skin, for example, and muscle and cartilage, are you just able to briefly describe the difference in densities?
So skin's very elastic, fatty tissue is, very soft, cartilage is very firm, muscle is pretty firm as well. But I don't know how that would impact the force.
But based on your examination, is it fair to say both injuries, number 1 and 2, went through skin, fatty tissue, cartilage, and muscle?
Injury number 1. Injury number 2 only went through skin, fatty tissue, and muscle.
Thank you for clarifying. I have nothing further at this time.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned, just to pick up on that point from a moment ago, it's very difficult to tell something about the force in which something went in just based on the wound alone. Is that right?
Yes.
You can tell a little bit about what something may have had to travel through. But for example, it's very difficult from that to tell something about the speed with which the implement was going when it entered into the body, correct?
That's correct.
And
Also, I just noticed that it's 1 o'clock, and I expect I don't want to presume the length of your cross-examination, but if it's more than 5 minutes, we're going to probably suspend and pick back up.
It's longer than 5 minutes. Can I finish this?
Absolutely. Finish your line of questioning.
Okay. Obviously, the speed with which the implement enters the body is going to be predicted by the speed with which the hand that held it was moving, but it could also be affected by the speed with which the body in which it penetrated was moving towards the blade.
That's correct.
Right. So if, for example, a close to 6-foot man, about 200 pounds, were to fall with his full weight onto a knife, that could, for example, cause the knife to go in at quite a velocity or with a lot of force.
Correct.
Right. And this one last point, and then I'll finish up, Your Honor. Now, there are scenarios in which a a penetrative wound can be longer than the blade that caused it.
Yes.
And that situation is one in which the force in which it enters the body compresses the soft tissues on top of the wound such that the blade extends further into the body than the length of the blade.
That's correct.
And that could also be a scenario in which a grown man from a height of about a foot fell onto a blade with their entire body weight.
That's possible. Yes.
Until we get after lunch.
Jurors, we're going to suspend for your lunch break, and we'll be back with you as soon as I finish my afternoon list.
Your Honor. Now, there are also be a scenario in which a grown man from a height of about
Back with you as soon as I finish my afternoon list.
Oops, unmuted. I saw her pop back up. Whoa, motion sickness, dude. Hey, Andrew, you got to change your focus settings. You got to get it to focus on her, not the doors or the walls behind her. Yeah, okay. Now bump it a bit to the side and then zoom in again. You can also use the little thing in the circle. Doop, 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 over. Click on her face and it'll focus. We believe in you, Andrew. Come on. If you move it this way, just use that little dial. Oh, that's not the right setting that I wanted. I'm not telling him how to do his job, but I'm not doing mine very well. Oh, Andrew. I can tell you now they're not paying you enough for the amount of comments you're getting about things on the chat, dude. So I went into the chat of this and it said, viewers are discussing Ashley Benefield. I mean, are we paused? Are we stuck? Oh my gosh, we're paused. Oh, everyone should just leave the stream right now. No, actually, we weren't paused that long. It paused because I opened it in another one. I feel better now. I put Judge Simpson's on sound, and because I have that booster thing, which is apparently really annoying, it paused momentarily. I am warmer today, and it was really nice and toasty when I was sitting outside. It doesn't look like she's moving, though. Oh, there she blinked. Okay, so they didn't actually say anything. Andrew, kicking the tripod. Right, well, they're not going to talk. So I also need a little bit of a brain break. Judge Simpson's like just about to come back, but he's not yet. Where's Judge Fleischer? Okay, I think I know where we are on Judge Simpson, so that can stay there, and I can go to here. Click, clickety, click, click, click.
Ramona, do we have a Cortez on the docket by chance? Yeah. Is that all that we have?
Just a warning, I'm going to try and mess with this audio a little. Damn, I thought that they had a way to do the proper toggling. They don't. Okay, I'm going to boost the volume. Here we go.
Cortez Medical. It's the future of the case.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, Mr. Gold.
I'm going to get in real quick before you do your arraignments. I have Felix Murillo Jr.
What's the last name? Carrillo?
Murillo Jr.
Murillo.
It's not, that's why I asked if I can get it before he does.
Mr. Gold is always at 1,000 miles an hour. Always, always, always. You're gonna give yourself a heart attack before you even 30. Okay, what's going on?
We just accepted an AMC for dismissal today. Client's requesting that I remove his,
Is he here?
he's not, it's waived. He's asking that his portable be removed and no contact be removed.
Okay, I tell you what, he has just an anger management class to do. I'll remove it once he gets that class done. You know what I mean?
Yes, Judge,
That's more incentive for him to get it done.
Exactly what I expected.
Right. So, but anyways, it's 180 days and you just want, is it like a 2-hour anger management?
No,
class?
of course, 2 weeks it should be done, Judge.
Yeah. All right. Huh? 2 weeks. If he doesn't have it done, let him know I'm setting him for trial. It all goes.
Absolutely, Judge. That's right.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I excuse?
You got it.
Here for
Hey.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ripley?
Regarding, Bueno Sammy.
Sammy Bueno. The name sounds familiar. You said he's in custody?
Yes.
Okay, tell me.
He's been in custody for about a month or so. When he initially came in, we were trying to find a place where he could go to stay and also get the treatment that he needs for his mental health. We were able to locate two places, one where he's able to stay there for 3 days, another place where he's able to get his consistent treatment.
To let him out.
Right now, he does not want to take the time serve.
I'm okay with that. Let's talk to him and see what we can do. Perhaps we can convince him. I'm okay. I mean, how long has he been in? Well, not too long.
21 days, yeah.
Okay,
21 days.
I'm okay with giving him a chance. If you are.
Okay,
What do you
okay,
think?
that's fine. We can write that up, but the issue is,
We kind of want him to get sent to.
I want him to get a TRAS done.
Yes.
That way if,
Do the TRAS first,
yeah.
and then we'll say, hey, you do the
that way there's
TRAS.
two options, and then, you know,
If you're honest, I'll let you out. If you're not honest, you stay.
yeah, because the TRAS may send him a DDRP or something intensive that he actually might need.
I think he wants.
He wants treatment.
He wants treatment. He really did not, I don't want to get out today. When I brought up the time served, he
didn't want to get out.
He was against bait.
Yeah,
he
he wants-
feels like he does not have a place to go. I presented him with one place where he'll be able to stay for 3 days. Combine that with
Just 3 days.
jail reentry.
What
A lot of
about,
these places are not long term.
well, what about, what's the other place in downtown that,
We have give me 1 second, Your Honor. The first place that I found was Star of Hope.
that's what I was talking, that's what I was thinking about.
3-day program for that one. He'll be
Oh.
able to go to the Harris Center for his mental health treatment. The jail reentry program, I believe that gives you about.
How long will the Harris Center let him?
Harris Center is consistent mental health treatment and support with medication.
What about yesterday with, Bonilla?
Bonilla,
Yeah, what about that house?
he arranged that housing on his own. I'm not really sure.
I get it, but why can't, I mean, I'll call Cedric, the gentleman that we spoke to today, and see if they have any more openings at the house.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's just not something I can offer him. So that's why.
So let me give you a phone number. We spoke to a guy yesterday by the name of Cedric, right? And they have, it's called the Los
Angeles house.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Bueno. We're gonna try to find you a house for somewhere for you to go. First, though, the first thing we need to do is we have to do something called a TRAS. That's an evaluation to see what kind of services you may need. Okay, please be honest.
I was talking to a lady yesterday. I can't read, but I got her number, her name, the paper, and my brother had talked to her. I mean, my brother's trying to talk to her right now, trying to get in touch with her, and he's gonna give her the money to.
Sorry, it's me. I'm just popping in to say that I'm going to portal you. Are you ready? Here we go. I hope it works. Wait, before I do that. Oh no. I lost the tab. I don't have my stream. We're going to do it right now, but not right now. So in South Africa, like people always get confused because we say, yeah, I'll do it now. And then they think it's like right now, but now means like soon, like not now, but like now. Okay, here we go. In case the portal breaks. Here we go. In stream.